You know what?
Okay.
It's just the way it is. Yep. Ready to go.
Yeah. All right. I'm going to go and not cause any sort of. That's great. Okay. I'll be back.
You got it, brother. Cheers. Good morning. Natasha, Lois, good to see you.
Morning.
We are going to kick off here momentarily. Other people are going to be popping in to join us. Our other co-host will be joining us here shortly, and we are live on YouTube this morning already. So
Awesome.
right, potentially hundreds and thousands of people are going to be joining us as well to close out our syndicate event series for the year. So that's pretty cool.
Awesome.
What is happening today?
It's not cold. It's nice outside. It's mild. Appreciate that a little bit.
It's very nice to see. Very, very nice to see. It's exceptional to see today. How are you holding up?
Me?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. That's my story. I'm sticking to it.
Outstanding.
I sent you that information yesterday.
Yes, I'll have a good opportunity to have a look at it here a little later on.
Awesome. We're expecting a bunch this morning, hey?
Yeah, we are. Yeah, everybody should be popping in here very shortly, and we'll get started actually in about 3 minutes.
Perfect. All right, I'm just going to grab some water. I'll be right back.
Absolutely. All right, everybody, we will be getting started shortly. We're waiting for some more of our audience to come and join us. So make sure you've got a beverage, make sure you've got some water, and we will get going here right away. Don, good morning. Good to see you.
Good morning, sir.
How is life treating you today? We're going to get going in about 2 minutes here. Yep. We're waiting for my erstwhile co-host to come and join me. And then, of course, we'll get started. We are live on YouTube already, so that audience will come in and become part of our family and fun here as well. Right. And yeah, we'll get this kicked in a high gear, and we will maximize the next 4 hours roughly of everybody's time.
Right. I'll be right back.
You got her. Good morning, everyone, and welcome. It is November of 2020, and yes, I've dated it, even though this content is going to be seen for years and years to come coming forward. My name is Mitch Camage, and the giant virtual background says I'm the savage in business. I am from Mitch Camage Coaching, and of course, Syndicate, bringing you another fantastic event to help educate you, stretch, enlighten, and of course, make you better at your job of running business. So with that in line, welcome. I am your host. We will be joined today by a few more speakers as well, and the environment that we're in. Why do I bring up the date as well? Once again, Mitch, don't date content you could use for years. It's important for context years and years ahead in our future to be able to recognize something incredibly important. We are in the midst of a time not seen for 100 years. And with that, and part of the purpose of today, in fact, the only purpose for today, based on the title of the event, Leadership Summit, how to make 2021 the best year for your business, which really means making it best for you, is to recognize the pressure, the stress that we are being put under constantly, consistently, moment by moment, day by day. What's interesting to note with where we sit right now, coming into late 2020, is that because of the events of this year and because of the pandemic, we are being asked to do things that normally we would be doing under the surface. We are being asked to do things that normally equates to, and here is the first challenge statement for you today, because leadership, of course, I'm going to back up for a moment. Management is the art of getting things to move on a day-to-day basis. Management is predicated on motivation, and motivation comes in really just two flavors, positive and negative. Positive, if you do or don't do this, here's the reward. Negative, if you do or don't do this, here's the consequences of what's going to happen. Leadership tends to be subtle, unseen, under the surface. Leadership, most days, most people don't recognize even adequate or competent leadership or great leadership, except in times of challenge, in times of crisis, or maybe very much like what we are experiencing right now through 2020. Now, where I say that you are being challenged daily right now to do things out loud, out in the open, where normally we do them under the surface, is because we have so many things being asked of us right now that we don't have time to do. Remember, I said there'd be a challenge statement, to either hide it or lie to ourselves. Good leadership sometimes mean, in the face of the most difficult situations and circumstances, having to be, quote unquote, at the front of the room. It means being visible to those around you, whether your job role, the identity you have inside of your business, your home, your family, your social structures, etc., organizations, nonprofits, anywhere that you can find you spending and investing your time and energy. You might not necessarily have the job that says leader, but leaders often display and are really only recognized or noticed when things are challenged. Leadership is, of course, yes, on one hand, part of the makeup of a human being. Good leaders, people say, were born. But that's a fallacy, because every one of the significant leaders throughout history spent time learning how to use the talents and skills that leaders display and share on a regular basis. Leadership is not alchemy. Leadership is not a mystery. Leadership is not some intangible. There are thousands of books in the marketplace right now, thousands of books by thousands of incredibly smart authors talking about characteristics, components, parts, and even the entire makeup of what makes good leaders. We read biographies and autobiographies from people that are good leaders. Now, love him or hate him, I'm going to cite some people for a moment that were noted as good leaders. Now, remember, leader doesn't necessarily equate to being good people. Leaders mean that they've been able to steer navigate and can get multiple people outside of themselves to stay with something even when things are challenging. A notable good leader, but maybe not a good person, and that depends on who you talk to. Of course, somebody that I admire greatly, Steve Jobs, founder of Apple, one of the two founders of Apple, Steve Jobs and Steve Wozniak, founded that company. Steve was divisive, and there were people inside of Apple itself and outside that loved him or hated him. And some of his behavior, his direct ability to interact with people, could definitely be questioned. I'm sure there's any number of human resources articles written on how Steve Jobs' management style might not be the best way to deal with people. But notice that word, management style. Yet it was noted time and again that when Apple went through severe difficulties, and remember at one point with Steve Jobs and Apple, he was invited to leave the company. That's the polite language for it. He was invited to leave. And then after a while, doing some other wonderful things with Pixar, et cetera, and another entire computer company, he was invited to come back to right the ship. So the person that helped to found the company and was told to go away was one of the significant resources brought back in to make things move better. Because Apple, if you'll remember or not, when it started, it was noted for having incredibly good computers. And to this day, it still has incredibly good computers, of course, maybe some of the best on the planet. Now, there's other manufacturers that make some great machines, but Apple's consistency has stayed with it the entire time. But Apple got into some trouble. And in fact, they were struggling quite a bit. And so that ask inside of their leadership and management team was to identify people that could help them put it right. And what they ended up doing was going back to the person that helped to start it all, because in their minds, who knew the business better, but who had the right talent, ability, skills, and at that point, even developed some maturity through his other business ventures to be able to task to come in and help move the business forward, to get it out from being stuck. Another notable leader, and notice that the names I'm picking as well right now are going to elicit a response from you, either positive or negative, if you recognize the names, right? And some people are not students of history, and that's okay. But for us to be able to recognize the name and understand them also knows that we do need to recognize the fact that their opinion, the impression, the feeling people have when you mention these names usually comes up with the, much like Steve Jobs, the love them or hate them. Not an awful lot of people in the middle, because leadership can be polarizing as well, meaning that things will gravitate to one spot or another. Winston Churchill. Now, Winston Churchill was likely, and historically a mediocre prime minister, my opinion, right? But a mediocre prime minister for Britain, for England, for the United Kingdom, whichever word we're going to use. And he served many years faithfully and had a decorated and noted career in multiple arms of governance, and came in and was prime minister and was gone, and then won and came back in at what? A critical and crucial time in Britain's history during World War II. Now, during World War II, there's a number of other names that we can mention that were or could be considered great leaders, displayed all of the characteristics of great leadership, yet were not good people. Winston Churchill, again, just a person I admire from a historical figure standpoint, is often considered a great leader. Britain at one point was sorely outgunned, sorely outnumbered, and was on its heels, if you can take the metaphor for a moment and understand it. They were losing in many senses. And the government and the Prime Minister's office in particular, and in the UK, the Prime Minister has for many, many decades lived at 10 Downing Street. Now, 10 Downing Street, or Downing Street, where the Prime Minister's residence is, was thought of as competent management, but not good leadership. Winston Churchill became Prime Minister in the midst of the turmoil of World War II. And if you have ever had an opportunity, and you can find them on YouTube or other places, listen to some of his speeches. The oratory ability that he had, the ability to put words together and use them to create a response, tell a story, and more importantly, get people to follow along and work with during challenged and trying times, is now considered legendary, of course. But Winston Churchill as a human being had flaws. We all do. And as a manager, had some competent abilities, had very strongly worded opinions, and once again, was either liked or not liked. But during a challenge time, he became the person that the country called on to help navigate and steer. Now, good leaders, once again, will typically find polarization. And that polarization most typically happens during or after leadership, because we need somebody to focus on. If we take the instances we have right now, and again, not commentary on who may be an effective leader or not during, well, a worldwide pandemic, as an example. But we can all note for our own lives, locally, regionally, geo-regionally, in other words, bigger areas that we live in, nationally and internationally, people that we either like or don't like, that can cause polarizing image. And with the state of, social media being what it is, it's very quick to either vilify or edify people. But we can also find people that it can be universally noted, including both the opinion that I like them or don't like them, I hate them or love them, that they may or may not be doing an effective job. Effective is a funny word, because effective is a word I put in to say that things are going to work out, that things are going to work in the way they should, that a result is going to be had, that there is a level of efficiency, dependency, enough tools, resources, people's processes and tools are going to be used the right way to create a desired outcome or result. Now, we will often reduce the impact in our own minds of these people by using words, and again, carefully chosen with the word effective for a moment, say that they're effective right now. I think they're doing a good job. I when they talk, I trust them. I don't like that person, but you know what? They do have a good point, etc. It's the way we create the environment inside of us, but what's actually happening if those people are effective and if they are displaying good leadership, then they've created the first environment for us. So if you've been playing along, writing along, following along on YouTube, etc. right now, I want you to start to jot some notes for a moment. If you have up until now, wonderful, absolutely wonderful. But you're going to want to jot some notes right now, because effective leadership, great leadership, good leadership, average leadership, again, management getting things to run day to day, leadership typically being displayed during crisis. Doesn't mean it's not there otherwise, but you only tend to see it when things probably are not working out really well, or at the tail end of really extreme success, right? Which usually entails struggle, of course. Leadership, effective leadership, the very first trait for effective leaders is to get as many people as possible to start to at least acknowledge or embrace the idea of what needs to be done. So effective leadership is being able to bring as many people as possible into the image, the idea, the plan, the pages and pages and pages of notes, to effectively onboard them, to bring them in so that they at least grasp some of the concept. They say, well, okay, I get this. I don't think it's enough, or I think it's going too far, but okay, you know what? It's something to do. Next, effective leaders. So what we have right now is we get as much buy-in as possible, right? They might deal with individuals, they might deal with groups, they might deal with, in the world that we live in right now, social media platforms, etc., podcasts, whatever else it might be, to be able to share messaging, images, and ideas, and start to create a swell, a collective of people that is larger than the sum of the individual parts, that go at least, well, okay, I'm listening. Next, effective leadership has the ability to begin to create calm. That doesn't mean that disruption, anxiety, fear, any of these other energy words that we have for what's going on emotionally, excitement, elation, etc., but start to instill a sense of flat. I don't mean taking away all the energy or dispelling all of our frustration, but by being able to first articulate an idea or a message in a way that gets many people to go, I'll listen. And then next, by taking the I'll listen moment and creating a moment where people go, okay, what are our next steps? In other words, getting the water, the ripples in the water. Imagine throwing a stone in a pool of water, or you know, if you want to go run some water in your bathtub right now, drop something. In my case, I've got kids, so I could go drop a toy in the bathtub, and you watch the ripples go up to the edge of the bathtub and reflect back in towards the middle. Well, leadership, what we want is for those ripples to stop, or for those ripples to slow down. So you get your hand on the bottom of the bathtub and you really swish it around, and you create some lather and waves, you know, and if you got kids, that's how you make bubbles, because you forgot to put the soap into the water while the tub was running, which means that the job would do itself, right? Well, instead, so you get in there with your hand and you start agitating like crazy, and it starts to create bubbles, and the kids think it's lots of fun. Well, you want the water to go still. Now, making bubbles for your kids in the bathtub, no, you don't. You got to agitate, right? But leaders and effective leaders start to create an environment where the ripples start to slow down, where the volatility, the agitation, even artificially, even in singular moments, begins to decrease. When that happens, now again, we're talking about some effective traits of leaders for a moment. And I'm outlining some of this, and you're going to hear more of this throughout the day, and you're going to hear strategies and tools and ways to deploy some of these things as well. But I wanted to paint the picture for you. For us to start with, remember the very first one, to get as many people as possible to pause for a moment to listen. I'm using simple language and reasonable language to explain something that might require very loud noises, okay? But to get enough people to stop, pause, and go, I'm willing to listen. Next, to get enough of the agitation, if you will, in the bottom of the bathtub to start to calm down, subside. Take stock of what the bubbles are like in the tub. Make sure that the water's not too hot. And so it creates a stabilizing point. It creates a moment where the water is not nearly as agitated, so it's easier to see. From there, effective leaders, and again, I'll keep using the word effective because we can talk about different styles of leadership later on. Effective leaders now can assess. So effective leadership requires, first of all, eliciting feedback, because leaders use people around them. Leaders embrace people around them. Leaders engage people around them. And one of the first ways that leaders engage, other than, of course, saying, hey, will all of you be quiet and listen for a moment, and let me get everything to calm down and let the water go still. Now I'm going to ask you for some feedback, and I'm going to start to work with people, individuals and groups. And from there, effective leaders will look to assess. By taking feedback from people, what we're doing, and right now, live, if you will, in our live studio audience, there's a number of people here, and once again, more people will come and go throughout the day. It's a digital event, and our other speakers will pop in here soon as well. But for our live studio audience right now, and the people that could be joining us or are joining us on YouTube, don't have the stats up right now to tell me what's going on. I want to get feedback from them on what's going on, first of all, in their overall lives. What is happening with them individually in context of what we are discussing today? What are the problems, challenges that they're facing? What are they afraid of? What do they think should happen next? To make their individual spot, place in the world or work or their home life, etc., a little calmer, a little better. What is ideal? What is just good enough? What is getting the water to go still for themselves? And then being able to collect all that information. So in this case right now where I'm talking, at the top of my screen, I can see 5 people, two have cameras on, 3 have, three don't, right? But there's 5 people at the top of my screen. So we're going to go to each one of those individuals right now and say, where are you at right now? What's going on individually, singularly through this week and today? In context of today, what's going to be incredibly helpful, and when we take where we are today, remember, we're talking about assessment for a moment. Where should we be when you're done today, or when you're done with whatever challenge or prospect you're facing inside of your business, your home life, etc.? And that's what I'm trying to help with. Where should we be in a month? Where should we be in 3 months? Where should we be in 6 months to 12 months? And then to be able to collect that information from these 5 people right here, or 5 people, on one camera just dropped off, 4 people, To be able to collect from these 4 people right now that information means that I can back off or come away with it and have a good look and decide first overall, and again, yes, decide, because leaders also, and we'll go to the trait after assessment for a moment, in a moment, to be able to look and decide, first of all, what encompasses the whole. What is going to be the highest order of good and what is going to be the most common overall good. Next, can I understand where we're going to start and what our outcome should be, what we're going to work towards in a month or 3 months or a year. From there, which of the individuals I'm working with, remember assessment, right? So assessment encompasses a few different ranges or areas that we've got. There is global or macroscopic. Whatever I choose to do today, whether it is just me or whether I get the input of dozens or hundreds of people, what is going to be the global or the macroscopic output or outcome? If this call represents 5 people on a team in a business, what's going to be the overall outcome for the business itself? And of course, it's a Savage Ed business behind me, and this is Make 2021 your best year for business. Next, what are going to be the regional or local? In other words, amongst our team of 5 people, what should we expect or what should we really be looking for in the next month to get us towards that global perspective? From there, what are going to be the individual tasks or jobs we have to do, and assessment out of the whole team that we've got assembled here right now live, who's going to be good at what? So that I can leverage people. Remember, we're in the middle of a worldwide pandemic. So anything we accomplish here today, because people's attention spans, people's emotional states, and people's ability to cope and deal are going to be razor thin. They're going to be narrow. So if I'm going to ask people to help me to create this macroscopic, this global output from just 5 people, and then I think in the next 30 days, what are going to be the things that I want to accomplish? What can I measure against? Remember, assessment, right? I, of course, want to make sure that I ask the individuals to do what they're good at first. Because if we work from an area of strength, assessment, right, then we're very likely to create at least a comparable, competent, or effective outcome, or more than likely start to create a better outcome than what, let's say, a conservative estimation would be. From there, I need to now work with the individuals to say, overall, globally in the next year, from a macroscopic view, if I get in a plane and I go up to 50,000 foot view and we can see all the land around us, this is how I see this working out in the next 12 months. I've got some feedback from you guys. Do you agree? Have we missed anything? Remember assessment, right? Is there anything else now that I'm laying out the entire plan that you can think of that is going to add and effectively do this? Wonderful. In the next month, I think, or I believe, or, and in this case, I'm going to use names for example, so get ready for YouTube fame, right? Lois and Dawn and Matt and Natasha. Have we missed anything? And I'm going to be asking you to do some stuff. Some of it's going to be challenging. Some of it's going to be right inside your wheelhouse. And I think I have a good idea what you're good at. And I want you to start from there. So here's some things I need you to do. And I need you to come back to me with them when they're done. So by assessing and being able to look at what people are strong at, I can place the stuff we're going to do to accomplish in a shorter period of time and working towards a global, a macroscopic outcome or result, like, I don't know, winning World War II or restarting Apple computers, or just getting through the next 30 days with our individual businesses and lives. And in my marketplace, lockdowns, where lots of things are slowed down. So for the next 30 days, I want you guys to work from where you're strong. And here's what I want you to accomplish. From assessment, we go to development and deployment. In other words, the do. So we have start to rope people in. I'm going to use plain and really simple language. Or step 1, get as many people as possible to stop and listen for a moment. Secondly, get the water to go still. Third, solicit feedback from people, get information, start to engage with them on an individual basis. 4, assess where we stand now, assess what we want overall, globally, macroscopically for the next 12 months, 24 months, back up to what we want to accomplish, remember assessment, in the next 30, 60, 90 days. Assess the people, the resources, the individuals, and the tools you have around you. Understand what their strengths are. With that assessment, look to deploy and develop their strengths against the stuff you want to accomplish, your outcomes, your goals, the results focus. Engage with your team to see if the assessment is correct and if there's anything else to add to what we're doing. From there, of course, in assessment, look to deploy, use the plan and the input to let the people do their best job from an area that they are strongest at, either from your assessment and or their personal assessment or opinion. Part of assessment next is to look at the plan overall and where we're going to use what people and resources we have from a place of strength, what they're good at. Assessment also has the second side to it. Where are we weakest? What could hurt us? If something goes wrong, what is the consequence? When I look to solicit with my team on this call, I also want to be very candid and very frank, not about consequences if they fail, but consequences if we collectively don't succeed. What could be the worst? What could be moderate? What could be annoying or irritating? What could be basically just an irritant in a moment? When we assess, we want to understand the repercussions if we think macroscopically, globally, 50,000 foot view, 12 months, 24 months, 36 months into the future. We want to be able to also know what's at stake. If it doesn't work, what might that mean? Because when we task people, in other words, when we go to development, deployment in a moment, still inside of assessment, when we task people or ask people to do something, they should know what's at stake. They should also know what the rewards are, but they should know what's at stake. If we don't succeed here, we're like this. And also, I believe we are weakest here. We have to be very mindful to protect, watch out, or mitigate against a risk, because I don't believe or I don't feel we're strongest here. So if we use our strength, our individual strengths and our collective strength like this, I believe that we can get to the outcome. From there, and I've used development and deployment, but here's a great word to write instead: action. Effective leadership creates a sense of action. Now that we have talked, assessed, first I got your attention. Next, I got the water to go still. Third, I started to assess, put together a list of our strengths and weaknesses, assessed long-term global perspective, what we want to accomplish, shrunk it down to 30, 60, 90 days and individually what we want to do, looked at strengths and weaknesses, and looked to build and take action based off of our strengths, watching cautiously and carefully by having my entire environment, my whole team, aware of where we could be hurt, could be weakest, or what to be careful of. When we take action, at that point, good leaders. Now, effective managers, remember, management day-to-day, week-to-week, month-to-month. Effective managers and good leaders often go hand in hand. But a good manager is going to want to know what the measurables are to move towards the outcome or result in 30 or 60 or 90 or globally, for an entire year or 2 years or 3 years down the road. Effective managers, good managers, are also going to know what the consequences are so they can provide feedback or catch errors as they're created. Leaders now, when action takes shape, is to make sure that the individuals on the team could include themselves, and the team itself globally, macroscopically, has got resources that it can use, is leveraging its strengths, and that it has consistent support. When effective leaders, good leaders or great leaders, choose action, take action, inspire action, begin action, enable or activate a team or individuals to do something. In the assessment, we wanted to make sure we had the tools and using the best strengths of people and organizations to accomplish something. Now that we have taken action, what do they need to support it? If somebody is doing something for the first time, when leaders begin to watch for action or activity points in businesses and in lives, our very first job is to make sure that not only in assessment that people were capable of doing it, of course, we're leveraging strength, but that people know what they are doing. When we've chosen to take action, are people following the right path? Are they following the correct steps and mechanics? Good leaders look to anticipate problems. Remember assessment, right? But now that we're in action, look to anticipate problems and deal with them proactively. So whereas in assessment, we start with a global perspective, a sense of time, individual strengths, organization strengths, creating plans, and then assessing weaknesses to make sure that there are things to be mindful of. And then, of course, deploying our best assets or people from a strength base to accomplish. When we begin to take action, we need to be proactive in our pursuit of identifying problems and challenges. So where we ended assessment at looking at our weaknesses and our problem areas, one of the first areas we assess as leaders, because we want it to be proactive, is those same weaknesses or potential pitfalls. If we can help our individuals, our teams, our organizations inside of an action phase or when we're moving towards something, one of the first areas that leaders need to do is start difficult conversations or make sure that the course of action that we have chosen is still right, or as we come upon challenges and problems, that we're identifying them as quickly as possible. You're always going to come back to assessment in leadership and management, and in leadership, catching those ahead of time so that we can help mitigate. In other words, a fancy word for saying, if, again, on my little team here live, I've got Lois and Dawn on camera right now to make sure that Lois and Dawn don't get caught, don't get stuck, don't experience premature failure, if I can help them to navigate as problems and challenges come up. Good leaders inside of action, first of all, want to find problems and challenges proactively, not to create a sense that, hey, Lois and Dawn, right here on our little team right now, watch out because you're going to get screwed. No. I just finished setting them up by saying, this is what you're best at, and I'm sending you off to do something that you're really good at. Let me know how to help you. But from a leadership perspective, I want to help make sure that they don't get caught first. And as far in advance, right up until the moment a problem or a challenge is created, so that if we need to, we can stop, assess, make adjustments and changes, and put them back to doing what they're best at. Good leaders in action phases want to be proactive in problem and challenge assessment, because part of our job from a leadership perspective in the first part of action steps, which is to assess and proactively deal with problems, challenges, etc., is to be able to support. Why we hunt for problems and challenges first in effective leadership is we need to know where, if any of our weaknesses, remember assessment, challenges or problems start to occur. How do we best use the rest of the individuals, the team, the organization to deflect, mitigate, proactively repair, or of course, deploy more people, more resources to get through the problem or the challenge. When we're inside the action phase, we start by looking for problems, because it is our job to look for problems and mitigate, because that's how we best do one of an essential functions in leadership, which is to support those people that we need to help us accomplish something. So again, I'm going to back right up to the beginning for a moment. First of all, I need to get enough of you to stop and listen to something that makes the most sense. Next, I need to instill a sense or get the ripples in the water. Remember the agitation in the bathtub to calm down. Third, if I have your attention and I can get the water to go still, I'm going to assess and solicit feedback to know where we are individually, where we are from an organization, where we stand right now, and then use that to assess what we should do in a year, in 2 years, and then what we, of course, need to accomplish or do in the next 30, 60, 90 days. From there, I'm going to use your strengths. I want to use your strengths, and I want you to be excited, of course, to be identified for being good at something and being able to be put in a position to do something that you're comfortable with, that you're good at, that you have confidence. From there, I want you to know that there are weaknesses, opportunities for development or growth, or challenges that we could face. And we've tried to put our best strengths into the best areas to get a result or an outcome. But we do all collectively need to be mindful. And then when we take action off of those plans, one of my first jobs is not to watch over your shoulder, but to help you catch those problems or challenges before they happen or while they're occurring. So we can stop. And here is an adage inside of action step. Again, remember, I'm catching everything up so we can finish off the action step and then continue to work through the base mechanics. So right now you're writing a note to put a basic outline for a leadership format, for a basic template. Create a spreadsheet, do a colorful infographic, right? Put 6 or 7 steps or 5 steps or however many when we're done today, you feel they actually encompass on a colorful piece of paper and keep that with you at all times. Put it on your phone. Do any number of things so that you have access to this information at all times. Why? Because you'll never have to think about it then. But we're in the action phase. And for us to assess problems and challenges ahead of time means that we can stop, redeploy resources, or make best sense of what those problems are, because I want you as your leader to succeed and win. So when we're in the action phase, if we can catch problems and challenges proactively, or at the time they occur, we can mitigate them. Because in life, not just business and in life, and this is good language I've taken away from other people smarter than me on this many, many years ago, but it stuck with me to this time, and so I have to share it. And it's a quick aside. What is the difference between an error and a mistake? Errors are correctable. Mistakes go uncorrected. For good leaders to take people, get them to listen, understand where they're at, assess their individual strengths, build plans of action or plans of creativity or plans of immense violence, and choose to take action with them in the next 30, 60, 90 days, with a year, 2 years, 3 years down the road, being part of the outcome we're going to get to. Then when I look to my team, and one of my first actions as a leader is to help to identify problems and challenges early enough so that we can mitigate them. It's because we're making a decision as leaders to take on burden and responsibility for dealing with problems and challenges, to allow individuals and sections of our organizations to use what they're strongest at continuously, but to help to teach people how to effectively problem solve and identify problems. Where we're strong, we don't think of solving problems and challenges, but when we're weak, problems and challenges multiply, inflate, become immense. And every time we can identify a challenge or a problem as it comes up towards us, now we're really creating a balance between errors and mistakes. When we are strong at something, and so action piece is why we're assessing problems and challenges before we even assess whether there's results or how to magnify what people are doing. It's the other half of action. What we're essentially doing is being able to understand as quickly as possible that when mistakes and when problems and challenges occur, first of all, they become errors. Usually errors get corrected very quickly when you're working from a place of strength. Think about any big or little task you've accomplished this week that you did without thinking about. Now that might be challenging. You know, your entire week might have been really full of lots and lots of things, and it might be lots and lots of little instances. You might have to really think about it quite a bit. Or maybe you really didn't leave the house an awful lot, and thanks to the situation out there right now, you really don't have an awful lot going on. So you're thinking, I didn't accomplish anything this week. There's at least one thing you've done this week, if you really think about it, whether it was hobby, passion, something as simple as cooking a meal, tying up a garbage bag, closing a sale, talking to a coworker, getting hired at a new job, etc. There's a task that you did this week that is a thing that you're used to doing and you like to do or enjoy to do or find satisfaction in being able to do really, really well. Now, every time you do whatever that action is, and you know, you can pick anything under the sun, really. I'll pick one of mine for a moment, just as a quick example. And it's a little complex, but I take a great deal of pride in it. It's working with businesses about their finance, the money side of their business. I have a good head for it. I have a lot of training and education for it as well. And knowing what the numbers mean, how they go together, and how to affect change in businesses is one of the areas that I take a great deal of pride in. It's an area that I'm well suited for. I enjoy the way the numbers go together, and more importantly, being able to manipulate them in a way that makes better sense, makes a business overall healthy. Because my day-to-day job is to work with business owners to fix these kinds of things. This week, I've had several incredibly complex financial, money-related discussions with business owners about where their business is sitting, which you would expect in the middle of a pandemic. Every one of those is a complex discussion, very much akin to have a meeting with an accountant. And in many respects, I work hand in hand with business owners and their accountants and bookkeepers or their internal resources to make best sense over finance. Now, this is it's not a simple skill. It's a very complex skill to be able to develop and deploy. But through so much practice and time, for me, it is not a difficult task to perform. In fact, it's very, very simple. In my mind, there's only a certain number of mechanics. And yet the three business owners I spoke to this week, in a very short period of time, to understand better, first of all, where the business is sitting at right now financially. Next, what the numbers mean in context to whether the business is healthy or being squeezed, constrained, and challenged. And how to make certain decisions. Again, for me, from a place of strength, really simple. Now, I'm talking to business owners, and in the respect of one very recently, within the last 48 hours, who has been at the head of his business for 20 years and has been involved in his business for over 30. And I take it for granted that I'm telling this person who knows their business far better than I do what they should do with their money. And the response is, I've never thought of it like that. That is brilliant. It is innovative. I understand it. I know exactly what to do now. But each one of those problems, each one of those challenges, each one of those moments includes dozens or hundreds of microscopic moments or infinitesimally small moments where if I didn't have enough experience, practice, and background, it would be very easy to catch and correct a problem. Now, this is not to talk about Mitch being good with business's finances. It's to talk about business owners that are incredibly competent and know intimately what's going on with money in their business, continuing to create errors or problems simply because they don't understand enough to catch the challenges, problems ahead of time. So now, errors in their business when it comes to money are being transformed into mistakes because an area they're strong at, their business, an area they're strong at, developing it, even making more money, etc., is challenged because they don't have the same background or experience as I do dealing with these things. And so they start to create errors in their own business that They look to mitigate regularly for themselves, whether they realize that they're displaying leadership talent by leveraging what they do really, really well, but something that they don't do very well. Don't have, again, the same grounding as the business coach. Yes, of course, right? But they don't have the same grounding, acumen, or understanding. So as they start to create errors in areas that they aren't so good at, and again, there are things that I'm not good at too, right? I rely on other people to help steer me away from creating errors. They start to create those errors, and those errors, it doesn't take very long, transform into mistakes. Mistakes, when enough of them pile up over time, and again, remember, we're still inside the action phase for leadership and being able to assess and proactively, preferably proactively, catch challenges and problems. When a challenge or a problem equates to an error, something is broken, something doesn't work. Errors can either multiply or inflate or start to attract other errors. We know this in life. It's why when you are late for work already and spill coffee on yourself, you get a flat tire. Why me is our response. Now, this is not a law of attraction moment conversation. It's just that things tend to go to a low water mark or a low water point, even in life. And so you're going to be running late, you're going to spill coffee on yourself, and you're going to get a flat tire. And then tomorrow, you're going to feel like you're running late by leaving the house at the same time. Your coffee is going to be a brilliant temperature. You're going to hit every green light in the city, and you're going to end up at the office 5 minutes early. What the heck? It's a small example in life from an area that we can all at least understand from arm's length, or that we've personally experienced. How errors start to compound and attract other errors. And when those errors, the humorous ones like spilling coffee or being late, and we all don't want that frustration and anger, or getting yelled at by a boss, et cetera, because of it. But when we start to add up those errors, and those errors aren't addressed and corrected, they become mistakes. Those mistakes, if left long enough, and an example of clients with financial inequality or financial inconsistency or financial broken parts, errors in their business that turn into mistakes. Those mistakes start to fester and become chronic. Good leadership now has to be able to look as remember, we only started from the assess and take action phase with something brand new. Whenever we are in an action phase as leaders, it behooves us. It is our responsibility as well, when we're looking for challenges and problems, to also identify errors and mistakes. Because errors, we want to be able to, that's where we're reactive. Unfortunately, it means that a problem or a challenge has turned into something else. Something is broken or stopped working the way it needs to. Our job now is to identify those errors. And then once more, remember assessment phase right before action, to be able to assess the consequences. Is this part of our regular weaknesses? What are we strong at? How can we deploy what we're strong at to fix the errors? Or what do we have to do to make up for this error, to take it away, to eliminate it, et cetera? And then when we unfortunately come across mistakes, because no organization, no business in this world is proof from mistakes. My business has mistakes in it. My business has errors as well. Even though I'm a business coach, there are some things that I allow to lie because the priority of them staying broken, if you will, for right now is not as important as other functions. But I do need to know they're there, because long-term, allowing errors to convert into mistakes creates chronic problems, creates chronic challenges, creates chronic spiraling, escalating, or multiplying errors, which again adds to a pile of more mistakes. Errors are correctable, mistakes go uncorrected. Errors become chronic, errors become uncorrected, and they become mistakes, which means a fundamental or an important thing has broken. And now it needs to be replaced or repaired. Now that can be a tool, or it could be a process. It can be a person. It can be a way you do something inside of business. So as leaders, when we're in the action phase, why we spend so much time, and again, time is superfluous. It is irrelevant from an equation standpoint or ratio standpoint how much it is. One of our first actions as leaders is to actually go hunting for problems, to go hunting for challenges. Not because I need, and in the case of my little team here, for example, Dawn or Lois or Matt or Natasha, God help them that errors and mistakes were made. God help them that challenges and problems were created. No, my job is to help them so that they don't have to deal with them. My job is to identify them so that we can correct them. If they are challenges and problems, we get them ahead of time. If they are errors, we fix them now. If they are mistakes, it means something's broken. We have to identify whether we have to replace it. Remember, we move back to assessment now, or whether it can be repaired where it sits. And how do we best use our strengths? As this identified once more, assessment. Has a mistake identified a weakness that we couldn't see for ourselves earlier, or that our team couldn't make us aware of? Now, the other half in the action phase is a part of what part of what makes up regular management. And that's communication and feedback. For effective, for good and great leaders, they are in communication with their team on a regular basis. We haven't gone to the positive step yet inside of action for leadership. So we're looking to really find problems and challenges. And then we need to be able to effectively, regularly, consistently communicate with our team. Because managers are looking to measure and move businesses and organizations on a day-to-day basis. Leaders are looking for feedback to make sure that their people are capable, willing to, and effectively doing the tasks, macroscopically and microscopically, that are moving our business or organization towards success. By communicating, I'm identifying problems and challenges. I'm looking for ways to support, take on. I want to know ahead of time if they're entering an area where perhaps they're having to rely on a weakness instead of a strength. If even though we're using them from a place where they're strong, is there enough of them to go around? Once again, action always resets back to assessment on a consistent basis. So good leaders are always communicating. Remember the very first step we had, get enough people to listen to us? Guess what effective leadership is? Navigating this cycle consistently, continuously, repetitively. Now, for those people that are old enough and have had kids or grandkids, I apologize for doing this to you right now on the last Saturday in November of 2020. This is the song that never ends. It goes on and on, my friend. It's going to be stuck in your head for the rest of the day. So you're welcome. That's my gift to you in 2020, right? But that the song that never ends is what the process or program or the format we need to follow as leaders really is. We always need to message with people or communicate with enough people to get them to stop and listen for a moment. We always need to do that. We always need to then get the agitation in the water, the ripples to go still. So we institute, instill, or create an environment of calm, even if it's for a moment. Next, we need to assess where we are and what we're doing. What are we good at? What are we not good at? And based on feedback from people and action phase, we're always coming back to assessment. And then in action, what are we doing? We're looking for problems and challenges first. And then we're always communicating with people, getting enough people to stop, pause, and listen, and create environments where the water, the agitation is going to go still. So are we working from an area of strength? Are there any problems or challenges? Are we starting to slip in areas that we're weakest? And then if we've got problems or challenges, has anything turned into an error? Something broke? Or have we been able to identify any mistakes? Something stayed broken or is chronically broken. From there, in our action phase, so we're looking for problems and challenges. We're continuing to communicate with people as they move forward through the days and weeks and the plans of action. The next phase inside of action is adjustment. Good leaders are always looking to adjust as we're moving. Inside of action, an essential portion of looking at problems and challenges first and trying to anticipate or proactively deal with them is allowing for adjustment. Good leaders, when we take action, create an environment for the individuals and their organizations where it is permissible to shift the way we do things. Good leaders are looking for challenges and problems and feedback from people, and to look at the environment, identifying errors and mistakes so that we can adjust as we're moving forward and we don't have to stop in our tracks and start over. Good leadership in our action phase, again, identify problems and challenges, solicit feedback from people, communicate with them constantly, and make adjustments. Good leaders help their individuals, so my team on this call right now, to look for problems and challenges, to identify errors and correct them, to add to the sum total of the mistakes, and then look to build, correct, or add essentially into our pool to take away those mistakes. And when we're in that reassessment inside of that action phase, of course, what we're really looking to do is to be able to adjust in action so that I can help. And we've had our next speaker coming up shortly, join us 30 minutes early. Doc, welcome, good to see you as always. So now that my team is on my screen, back to 5 people, not counting myself, to make sure that as my team continues to move forward, as they are taking action, I'm helping to identify problems and challenges ahead of time. I'm looking to make adjustments and communicate, and of course, communication before adjustments. And then after adjustments, how do I add to the sum total of the outcome? In other words, for the first time as a leader, if I can, and it doesn't mean every leader needs to be individually involved with every person they're working with, but as I continue to move through the action phase, identify problems and challenges, find errors and mistakes, correct them, get feedback, make adjustments, and now, can I deploy myself or other resources to magnify or increase results? Can I move myself or other resources as I am moving through my day, communicating, creating calm? Remember, I said format. It's wash, rinse, and repeat, the song that never ends. Communicate with people, create calm, assess where they're at, create action plans. Action plans, we watch for problems, challenges, identify errors and mistakes, recommunicate with people, make adjustments so that we are always working from an area of strength. And now we look to leverage or deploy other resources, other areas of strength, or ourselves to support the individuals. When we're in our action phase and we have looking for problems, so hunting for problems, right? Talking to people, adjusting what we're doing, and then adding, deploying, or changing the way we've got resources, energy, and strength being used. That may mean us for a short time too. We're looking to magnify results. So we have communicate, we have create calm, we have assess, we have action. Inside of action, of course, we have identify problems and challenges, deal with problems and challenges proactively, look for, identify errors and mistakes, mitigate errors and mistakes by creating an environment or building things or rebuilding things that are broken. We have communication while we're working in line with people to see how they're doing and where they're at. We make adjustments so that we're once again based on problems and challenges, errors and mistakes, that we continue to use our resources from an area of strength instead. And then we are individually taking action by either deploying resources, deploying ourselves, or applying other strength or other information into our business system so that we can magnify results. If we follow, and again, there's one more mechanic in this process that is always essential inside of leadership. And for the next 20 minutes, I'm going to spend about 5 to 7 minutes talking about the last mechanic, and then I'm going to reset the whole list to inject some leadership style into it as well. That when we look at the end of our action step, and again, it's not the end, understand that any of these mechanics can be fluid based on environment and the person. But for those of us that may be moving into leadership for the first time or trying to understand what leadership is, having a mechanic, a fundamental understanding, an expectation can allow you to start to practice. Leadership, make no mistake, there are great leaders, and I brought up 2 examples of people, and once more, remember, leaders can be polarizing. There are people that love them and hate them, very few people in the middle. All of them were effective communicators. All of them elicited feedback. All of them assessed strengths and weaknesses, and all of them created action plans and provided support to the people that were taking action. So if I can get enough people to listen to the message, communicate effectively, right? And if I can create moments or elements of calm so that people can feel at ease, I can assess where we at, strengths and weaknesses, and what individuals are good at, and threats outside of ourselves and inside of ourselves. And also assess plans going out a year, 2 years, 3 years, and then what we want to accomplish in the next 30, 60, 90 days. And then when I deploy my team, send them out to take action. My first job as leader is to look for problems and challenges, because I don't need you looking for problems and challenges. It's my job to help you catch them, and I want to catch them proactively. From there, when we find errors and mistakes, those errors and mistakes, remember, are correctable, mistakes go uncorrected. Something starts to break and something's broken. And we identify those and figure out a way to either rebuild it, unbreak it, or build a new one. Then we communicate with our team effectively while they're taking action. From that action piece, we make adjustments. Great leaders throughout history, whether military, political, social, and I think we can agree. So here's a list of people, and I'm going to list them out loud, who are equated to be great leaders, whether you love them or hate them. Because all of these 4 steps they displayed on a regular basis. Mother Teresa, I think we can all agree, great leader, right? Steve Jobs, love him or hate him, really, really good for everything he did. Winston Churchill, love him or hate him, really, really good. So each one of these steps inside of leadership, they displayed on a regular basis. And when it came to the action step, one thing that they were all notable for was the ability to make adjustments. When things didn't work, it didn't mean with Steve, my boy Steve, because I admire Steve Jobs and I love Apple. I think it's a good company, but that's, again, personal opinion, okay? Personal opinion. For all of the ranting and raving he would do with his employees, even as a leader, he was always willing to adjust, and he was always looking for a way to innovate. Adjustment is essential to leadership because businesses will often get in a groove. Businesses start to scribe the record of the story, all the songs that a business does, all of its services, employees, etc. After a while, those grooves in that record get really, really deep. And then if you get one nick in the surface, it starts to disrupt the flow. So there's errors and mistakes. From there, those grooves get so deep that unless you manually go over, pick up the needle and move it and know where to drop it on the vinyl to get the next song in line, you're waiting all the way through the album for all the scratches and nicks and skips. There's no way to effectively adjust. So people know that the great leaders know that sometimes you got to manually move it. Sometimes you can use that little skip feature. Everybody remember, now people that are old enough, remember the record player, that a little skip feature, the little switch, and it would move over like half an inch or something like that on the record, right? Because they knew that the average song was a certain length, and if it moved over a certain amount, then it was probably going to start right about the spot where a song would be. It's a really cool feature. Didn't work all the time, right? It's not like on this thing right now where I decided I don't like the song I'm on, I push the little arrow on the screen and it just pops over to the next one. Or I use my finger in a hurry to scrub to the area of the song that I like to play. And hell, with this thing, I can even repeat just an area of a song. You know, the song that never ends? I can just repeat that over and over and over and over again. But leaders make adjustments when action is being taken. And then after adjustments are made, leaders look to deploy resources, even themselves, to magnify and amplify results. Remember I said there were 5 steps in this? So here you go. I've given you the number up to now. There's 5 steps. Leaders communicate. Leaders create even a moment of calm. Leaders assess from outside working in and from in the future backwards. Leaders take action, deploy their people. In action, leaders look to proactively find problems and challenges, assess errors and mistakes, and look to correct. Leaders communicate with their people inside of the action phase to know where they're at, how they're doing, and if they need anything. Leaders inside of the action phase make adjustments. We don't stick to one course of action if while we're doing something, a better solution presents itself. Best businesses in the world consistently innovate, which means the best businesses in the world where they innovate all the time are willing to adjust, which means they've got effective leadership. Next, inside of action, after adjustment, is deployment. Once again, what can I do with myself or moving the resources I have around now so I can magnify results and outcomes? And step 5, reset. Effective leaders follow through hourly, daily, weekly, monthly, and yearly by communicating with people, creating moments in calm so certainty is created. Remember I talked about the conditions of leadership? I'm going to build back up to reset. Communication. Good leaders and great leaders communicate effectively. They communicate in a way that gets the largest number of people to at least listen and likely follow along. Next, good leaders create a sense of calm. So they create certainty and trust in people. Good leaders, remember, love them or hate them, polarizing figures, create a high degree of trust in the people they work with by implementing calm and giving people a sense that somebody knows what's going on. Then they assess. They assess themselves. They assess their employees. They assess their businesses, their resources and tools, the way they do things. They find strengths and weaknesses. They create action plans and think about, from an assessment period, where am I going to go in a year, in 2 years? If I'm at a year out from now, where should I be in 6 months in comparison to that plan? Where should I be in 3 months? Where should I be in 30 days? And then marry the strengths we have against the activities, the action items we're going to create, and send the strongest people into the areas they're going to be able to do the best work. Next, we mitigate against our weaknesses by once again assessing with people and communicating and letting them know what our expectations are and what the plans are. Then when we take action, we're watching for challenges and problems, not because it is my team's fault from Don or Lois or Doc, but because I need to be there to assess, to help them mitigate. Then when we identify errors and mistakes, to be able to set them aside, find out what's broken and how to fix it. We, of course, communicate mid-action to understand where people are at, if accomplishment, activation, and outcome, meeting and exceeding our goals and results is going to happen. We make adjustments to our process in line so that we're adjusting as we're doing things to continue to equate to the best result. And in action, of course, we look to deploy better resources, support in areas, make up for errors and mistakes, and make sure that the right resources, as we are, of course, adjusting and communicating with our people while we're taking action, that our goals and outcomes can be met, and then we can deploy as many resources as possible to magnify results. And then we reset. Reset, that fifth step in leadership, is our ability to now pause, reflect, and reassess. When we have come to the end of a day, end of a week, end of a month, end of a quarter, end of a semi-annual period, end of an annual period, there must be a reset. Where are we at compared to where we were supposed to be? What have we achieved? If achievement has been created, then it is engagement with your team and celebration. If goals and outcomes have yet or are left to be accomplished, to engage with your team and create purpose to complete, reset and reassess a timeline, and take stock of errors and mistakes that have been created or turned chronic as mistakes over time, to eliminate weaknesses. From there, reset, we move back to the first step, communication. So our 5 mechanics, our 5 steps to create effective, good, great leaders. Now, this is where it depends on you. I wanted you to challenge yourself for a moment and take 10 or 15 seconds to write a note while you're thinking about this. So let's outline the steps again. We need to communicate. We need to create an area of calm. We need to assess. We need to take action. And we need to reset. When we reset, we move back to the first step, communication. Every one of these steps and every one of the parts we've discussed this morning since 10:06 until now is something you can learn to do. So I want you to challenge yourself right now by thinking about the steps and the mechanics we've got. There's just 5. And where you, remember assessment, right? Step 3, assessment. What you're good at in each one of these. What you're not good at in each one of these. And then what's missing for you to be able to begin to lead yourself, but then lead your business or organization by communicating first with yourself and then your partners, employees, etc., effectively. By creating a sense of calm, by letting people know that you're working and that there's going to be a plan. By assessing strengths and weaknesses, including yourself, and creating plans of assessment for a year and 2 years and 6 months and 3 months and 30 days. By taking action, watching for problems and challenges first, assessing errors and mistakes, communicating, even if it's amongst yourself. What did I accomplish today? What still has to be done? We're working from an area of strength or area of weakness. What do we have to do to continue to move results? How do we get them to work faster? Make adjustments. Is what we're doing working? If not, how do we shift it to make it work better? Redeployment of resources, activating leadership. If you're in an army of one, if you are a you, yourself, and you business, guess what? You get to do all of these for yourself. But when I come to step 5, reset, we look at where we're at, we assess and reassess, and we start back with communication. And if you go back to an hour and 15 minutes ago, remember I said leadership starts with you. So how you choose to communicate first with yourself to create calm, to assess where you're at, what you're good at, what you're not so good at, and create plans. To take action, watch for problems and challenges, identify errors and mistakes, recommunicate even with yourself, where you're at in conjunction with what you're trying to accomplish, adjust as you're moving, and then find better ways to deploy your resources. And then we reset, reassess, and move back to communication. Doc Like is going to come on in a moment, and he's going to talk. I got about 10 minutes left. Doc's going to come on and talk for 30 minutes. And then in the afternoon, my partner in crime and my business partner inside of our syndicate empire, Mr. Ali Salman, is going to come on. So in these next 10 minutes, now that I've talked about the format for leadership, I'm going to talk about the 3 different places that we deploy leadership to. Because Doc's going to talk about one of the primary characteristics of leaders as well. So remember, our 5 mechanics in leadership are to be able to communicate, to be able to create a sense of calm, even for a moment, to assess, create plans, to take action, reset, reassess, and start the cycle over. Now, when we lead, there's really only 3 places that leaders deploy these 5 steps. Leadership of self, leadership of others, leadership of organizations. The same fundamental mechanics work through all 3. But leadership of self is starting with the most essential member of your team in your life and your business, you. Leading of self means that when we assess, of course, we want to understand our strengths and our weaknesses. But when we look at our weaknesses, our job leading of self, so in each one of these 3, each one of those 3, stuck an extra figure up, each one of those 3, there's an area we want to prioritize. In leading of self, we want to make sure to correct errors and mistakes. We want to identify weaknesses. By doing so, we know personally what we're not good at. So the very first time and every time we deploy ourselves, we are always using what we're best at. So in leading of self, self-assessment is one of the essential tools to leading of self. Because if you have mental health issues, depression, anxiety, bipolar, suicidal tendencies, etc., knowing when and how in life can get to you, or business can get to you, or social situations can get to you, and create an environment where you have less of you to work with is desperately important. Because assessing properly, knowing yourself, and being able to look at what you're weakest at, not to create an environment that eliminates all of those. That is a human thing to do, to make yourself heal thyself. But knowing means that you are being vigilant for those things that can take the most of you away from doing what you're effective at. In leading of others, it's to create a sense of calm and that there is a plan to work with. For us to lead ourselves, we need to know ourselves. We need to know what we're not good at and find the best way to leverage our strengths. To lead others, for people to effectively want to follow, they have to believe there's something at stake, that there's an idea or a plan to be had, and that they can feel safe. Remember, step 2 in leadership is creating even a moment of calm. To effectively lead others, we must create an element of calm and the belief that there is a plan or an action that is going to lead to success. For organizations, for the 3rd mechanic inside of leading ourselves, leading others, and leading organizations or businesses, the plan and the implementation are vital steps to lead. Creating buy-in, communication with the individuals in the organization is an essential first step. So we're leading of others, whether inside of organizations, social groups, family, etc. People need to have calm instilled first and need to have a sense that somebody, and I'll use these words, if you are the leader of your family, Your family should know that you are safe to come to, that you can create calm and safety for them, and that you've got a plan. In organizations, you need to get people to listen to you. And from there, you need to be able to deploy effectively for plans, because organizations themselves are measured off of results and outcomes. So our ability to get as many people to listen and deploy effectively inside of our plans, in other words, assess and take action, is critical as the first step in leadership. Getting into our assessment phase with organizations and businesses and getting as many people as possible in organizations to listen first is essential, because otherwise organizations will fracture and fail. For leadership of others, we need to invest calm and create a sense of safety for individuals. And for ourselves, we need to be able to assess so that we can always use what we are best at first. In life, there's only 3 things that we can really lead in: to lead ourselves, assess, use what you're strongest at, but know what makes you weak. Know where the errors and mistakes come in so that you can mitigate, change, and build against them, and always use yourself to your best strengths. For leadership in others, we want to be able to create a sense of safety and certainty. And leadership in organizations, we need our plans and outcomes inside of our assessment phase to be able to work well enough to achieve them, and to be able to communicate effectively enough with the body, the individuals in the organization, to create buy-in so that when we take action, we are investing our energy and time. Once more, remember our action step: identifying proactively problems and challenges, looking at errors and mistakes as they evolve, communicating with those team members and organizations, adjusting, and then, of course, getting action to take place, deploying new resources, and then, of course, resetting. So for self, assess, know what you're strong at, know where your errors and mistakes are. Others, create a sense of calm and certainty. Somebody has a plan. And organizations, communicate very well to create buy-in, have effective plans and measurable outcomes so you can create responsibility. And through action, you can work towards highest results. To lead in a pandemic or lead in an idyllic world is a simple activity. It is not easy. Leaders are often looked at, viewed, witnessed, or seen as the individuals that are go-to, that are infallible, that in some instances, in some of the names I've mentioned as good leaders in other environments, other times in history, or in our world, are effective, great, and even iconic, meaning they're not quite normal people. People follow managers, and good managers motivate positively. Great leaders create inspiration. To start, I said that leadership is often unseen in the day-to-day, because great leaders, you should neither feel nor see them. Leadership most often is recognizable when areas are challenged, an environment is not stable, or we've got a worldwide pandemic. At which point leadership can be viewed in one of 3 ways: leaders leading themselves, leaders leading others, leaders leading organizations, and leaders. Remember, I said simple steps. There's only 3 things to lead. And then 5 mechanics in leadership: communicate, create a sense of calm, assess and plan, take action, reset, reassess, restart. And with that, I'm going to bring on our next speaker of the day, my good friend, Dr. Barry, Dr. Alan Leica. He is a luminary in his former field, one of the very best in the world as a dermatologist, one of the noted experts, and has moved into his next life, his next business, as a multi-time
Can you hear me,
author.
Mitch?
I can hear you, Doc. Can you hear me? Technology, gotta love it.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Good. Okay, I'll change my other microphone.
Perfect. Technical difficulties. Please stand by. My good friend Doc Leica spends every one of his waking moments during the day now in his second career in life. And if you look over his shoulder, you'll see the Secrets to Living a Fantastic Life, just one of the many books he's written. And he helps people magnify, realize, and of course, embrace living a fantastic life. Doc, my good friend, it is always a pleasure to see you. Thank you for joining us today on Saturday, November 28th. And brother, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Mitch. It really is a pleasure to be here. Lois, thanks for being here today. It's nice to see your fine, smiling face on a Saturday. Is anybody else listening right now? I'm going to get you to turn on your camera shortly if you are. Ben, if you're there. Don, if you're there. Matt, Natasha, Epic Experiences. If not, then I'm talking to Lois alone, which is always a privilege. Great. Anyhow, yes, this is getting to be the end of the year, and I've been following you on WhatsApp, Lois, and it looks like you're doing some amazing good things, and I've got to commend you for that. It's been a very trying year. 2020 is a year that many people would like to erase from their memory banks and say, hey, that's enough already. Let's get on to 2021. But right now, the steps you take in 2020 are going to greatly impact 2021. We've got a month away, and it really is important to get those steps in order. So what does that mean? Well, I'm going to talk a little bit about resilience, and I'm going to give everybody a bit of a chance to know a little bit about resilience. Now, the word resilience is a bit of a difficult one because it really comes from physics. And it's the ability of an elastic material, such as rubber, to absorb energy, such as a blow, and release that energy as it springs back to its original shape. You see, it was Newton that said for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. So resilience is one of the properties of a tissue that allows it to respond. And that recovery occurs, it's a phenomena that's anomalous to a person's ability to bounce back after being jarred. Certain men and women have a quality of resilience. And, it comes about in a very interesting psychological study. The study was this. The psychologists studied three groups of people. One is they let a loud alarm go off. And when that alarm went off, they were able to shut off the alarm. So they had a response. And they did the same thing, but they gave that another group no ability to set off the alarm. So they just had to listen to the alarm. So there was a bit of learned helplessness. And the third group had both the ability to turn it off, but they weren't told the ability to turn it off. So the next day, they're given the alarm again. Which groups do you think were able to respond, Lois? Do you have any idea? Group 1, where they were given the ability to shut off the alarm. Group 2, where they were giving no ability. Or Group 3, where they had the ability to shut off, but were not told that it could shut it off. What do you think it was? Group 1, 2, or 3?
And what is the question? Which group did what?
Which group was able to respond? Which group was able to show resilience? Which group, when they were shown the alarm the second time, was able to do something about it?
thinking all three, depending on the people in the groups.
Yeah, actually, it was group one. The group that actually could shut off the alarm was shown that they could do something. So this is the thing about 2020. We were given a very loud alarm, a pandemic that just blew up on our doorstep, and we had no ability to respond. However, over the next 6 months, we learned there was an ability to respond. We learned that there were things we could do. And the tools that we were given at the very beginning of this pandemic are allowing us to come out of the pandemic now. Now, I don't know, Lois, if you think this pandemic is something new to us, but you know, since the great depression of 1933, 1929, we had the roaring 20s, and then we had one of the biggest depressions that went on, where 33% of the population became unemployed. There have been 17 times where the world has reset. And each of those times, people had the ability to respond. So 17 times since the Great Recession of 1933 have we been able to respond and been able to get ahead from those times. So I just want to tell you, oh, is my video on? I think my video's on. Yes, my video's on. Okay. So the Great Recession has shown us that people can respond. The Great Recession of people can respond. And you know, every one of these times that I've been involved, I've seen people go through the same thing. Every time CNN has been telling us the world's going to end tomorrow, every day on ITV, Global, CFRN, the world's going to end tomorrow. Every time we've been given more restrictions going on, the world's going to end tomorrow. You know, change is inevitable. Change goes on all the time. Change is what happens. But you know, even failure happens, and each of us failed to a certain degree, but it's up to us to decide whether we're failures. It's up to us to decide whether we're going to go forward or go back. And you know, every time I've written a book, each one of my books has been a challenge. You know, I've had to get the message out of it. I started with one book back in about 2003. It became a bestseller. I now have 17 books in the medical community and 3 books in the non-medical community. It was interesting that each of those 3 books that I wrote became bestsellers. In the pandemic of 2020, people told me that's impossible. Why would anybody buy a book in the pandemic? Why would anybody even attempt to buy a book? And my answer to that is simple. Books are something people read. Books read for motivation. And this is a time when more and more people needed to be motivated than ever before. Lois, I think you wrote a book too, did you not? Or you have a book in the works? No? Okay. Everybody has a book inside of them. Dawn, have you written a book?
I haven't written one, but I sort of helped modify an ebook on helping business. So I think it's my lead in to pulling that full book out of myself at some point.
Well, that's good. You see, a book is just a means of communication. And that's what it takes a lot to write a book. I mean, a book can take hours and hours and days to write. But if you can write 10 pages and sit down and write it 10 times, and then write 5 more times, you have 150 pages. So everybody can write a book on a topic they want. And I don't care how many podcasts you do. I don't care how many movies you do. I don't care how many Zoom casts you do. Nothing gives you more panache than writing a book. A book really sinks you as a celebrity in an area. And so I would encourage everybody to spend 30 minutes a day writing and write it down. You know, first thing, write what I call an abstract, a table of contents. You know, the first chapter is always what you're going to talk about. That's pretty easy to write 10 pages about what you're going to talk about. The second chapter is drawing everybody in, and the last chapter is a summary. So right at the start, you already have 3 chapters written. And so that's the easy part. You know, most people want a little bit of research. So go to your library and find out what other people have written on a topic. Pretty simple to do. And so all these things are great to do. I encourage people to write a real book, not just an ebook. I think ebooks sit on your computer and don't do anything. But if you can write a real book and get it out there to the masses, I think that really helps you in any business that you're in. And I think that's something that people should try to do in their simplest thing. All it takes is about 30 minutes a day to write. And people say, well, where am I going to find the time? Well, how many people watch TV for 30 minutes a day? How many people spend 30 minutes doing nothing a day? How many people spend 30 minutes over coffee a day? I think the answer is everybody. And I think that's something that you should use to your advantage. So the hardest part about writing a book is sitting down and writing and actually writing for 30 minutes and spending time on it. But you know, in this day and age, you don't even have to write. You have to be able to talk. And Siri is such an amazing something, or the other part that's on the other apparatuses other than iPhones, can actually get you to write a book. And you know, I've gotten doctors to write books in as little as 4 hours. 4 hours of an intense flash writing competition that people get it done. So really, it's not as difficult as it seems. It's a motivation and something. Don, what business are you in?
I'm a business coach.
Okay, good, good. Uh, and you're probably successful at that. Have you helped businesses become successful at what they're doing?
Yes, I'm a bit early into it, but yeah, the ones I've been working on, I see, yeah, great success with them.
Okay, so there you have. How many businesses have you coached?
3.
Cool. There's 3 chapters.
Oh, yeah. Each one's a different story. Yeah.
Everybody's got their own story, and you put it down and you put down what happened. I always encourage in a book is not tell them exactly what you did, and not how you did it, but just tell their story.
Okay.
And that way they have to come to you for more advice.
Okay.
Lois, what businesses are you in right now?
I'm a home organizer primarily.
Okay. How many homes have you organized?
I don't know, 20, 30.
Wow, you have 20 or 30 chapters.
There's a
Because
couple
every one of those people have their own stories, and everyone has their own problems, and every one of them has their difficulty in organizing their homes.
right?
And how many people out there have a problem with organization?
I'm not sure what the percentage is. What I do is definitely very needed out there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And right now, I think people are getting into a phase where they realize how your skills are needed
Mhm.
and how important those skills are, because people aren't moving as much as they used to. They're living in their homes. I mean, businesses have moved from the business community to their home community. And that's where those skills are even more important, because no one wants to live in clutter, and clutter is one of those things that prevent people from moving forward.
Right.
So I think those are 2 essential skills, and I think there's something that needs to go on with that. You know, the difficulty I think in all this is that, you know, is what's going on in people's heads right now. And people's heads are in a very dark place. You know, my story is that back in 2003, I was misdiagnosed as having ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, and told that I had 6 months to live. You know, so my story is one that's rather unique, but you know, despite that diagnosis, I was able to maintain my status as a top cosmetic surgeon for over 30 years. And it was something that I pulled myself off the tarmac and got there. So what drove me to that? I've always asked that question, but I think it's an integral part of my personality. I thought, yes, I could have ALS and I could be dead, but what if they're wrong? What if they're wrong? Okay. And I wasn't going to waste 6 months of my life if that's what I had to live. So I went through all the phases that a person goes through in a grief reaction. Everybody's going through that phase right now. Anger. Anger is one of the primary things that people go through when they're told a bad diagnosis or a bad thing in life. So how many people out there are in an angry phase right now? How many people are out there being angry? You're probably not, Lois. Don, you're probably not. But how many people do you see really boiling over with anger? I mean, how many protests do you see on TV about people not wanting to wear a mask?
I think I see a lot more fear than I see anger.
Well, and fear is part of it too, and definitely fear, but there's about 50% of the population that's responding with anger. Anytime you're imposing something on them, they're just angry as hell. And this goes on when you go to the grocery store, when people are being told to wear a mask and they're refusing. It's going on when people are being told they can't go to their restaurants, and it's something that I see on a daily basis out there, and it's something that is very much that's hard to get over. Fear, denial. There's no COVID virus going on. It doesn't exist. It really is something that's a figment of people's imagination. It's made up. It's fake news. How many times do you see that in the world? I mean, in the political campaign in the United States, even the president denied that the virus was until he got it himself. Scary, but I think people have to realize that there is a virus out there and it needs to go on. Anger, denial, bargaining. Oh God, please don't let this happen. I'll do anything if you don't let this happen. I don't want this to happen, please. And then there's depression. How many times people are depressed with all this and not doing anything because it doesn't matter. That's another human reaction that goes on. But the clearest way to overcome any of this is action. So Lois, in your day, how many times do you get the message out to people who might need your services? Do you get it out daily or weekly or monthly?
More regularly. Now I've contracted with a social media lady. So she's looking after Facebook and LinkedIn for me. So those are each getting about 3 posts a week. And then I do a little bit in between. And of course, I'm with syndicates. So I have the networking and masterminds that way as well.
Good. So that's what you should do at least once a day. Write a little message about somebody you helped or something you've done or something you're doing. And Don, when you want to develop your coaching, I think part of the thing is you have to, and I'm sure you have a niche in businesses that you like. Is it big business, small business, entrepreneurs that you're in?
Small to mid-sized business in manufacturing and distribution.
Cool, that's good.
Okay. And lots of sales related. But yeah, I like putting out some content on a regular basis every day. Here's some different business tips, and I think you have to give a lot first, and then maybe people show some interest in you.
Well, and I think that's true, and I think giving is something you should be doing. Giving is something that's very important. I think in this day and age, you have to give to get. One thing I do is make myself readily available to syndicate members. And, it's Saturday here and I'm giving part of my Saturday just to help people with what they should do. And I'm trying to help people with their businesses. I think what I'm seeing now is people have realized that this pandemic is going to end. Maybe not today, maybe not tomorrow, maybe not the next week, but in the near future, probably in the next 6 months, we're going to see some resolution in this. And that's going to come about from several means. One is we are getting a vaccine fairly soon, and that will be available to people that need it. And secondly, we're going to have rapid testing available. And I think it's the rapid testing more than the vaccine that's going to help us out of the immediate crisis, because if everybody can be tested and in 15 minutes know whether they have the COVID virus, wouldn't that change the way the world functions right now? I think that's the game changer that we really need, and that's around the corner. And I think some of our government's money should be spent on just getting those rapidly available to everybody. I wouldn't mind getting on a plane with 180 people if I knew anybody else on that plane had COVID. But as it currently stands, I'm not getting on a plane until they get this all in proving it that they're there. So I think in the near future, these rapid tests are going to change the day, and I think it's going to be rapidly available. I mean, let's suppose you're going out to dinner at a restaurant. They throw in the cost of it's got to be cost effective, mind you, but if they throw in the cost of $5 or $10 into your meal, is it really going to be that much different than going to the restaurant? So I think that's something that's going to change. Many of my friends in the United States have these all available in their doctor's offices. So everybody who comes into the doctor's office is being pre-tested. So I think that's the game changer we need. I think it needs to be rapidly produced and rapidly available. And I suspect those being implemented by the second quarter of next year. So I suspect this pandemic is probably going to be behind us by the third or fourth quarter of next year, and things are going to move forward fairly quickly from there. Okay, the vaccine should be available in the first or second quarter, and we should be having people that are at biggest risks in it. Now, certainly there are groups that are at bigger risk than in this pandemic than anything else. People over the age of 60 probably are at the biggest risk. People over the age of 70 are at a bigger risk, and people over the age of 80 are at risk. Although young people are affected, they don't get very sick with this virus. So it's not much more than a common cold for them. So it's something that has to be realized, and certainly we have to move forward with those sorts of things going on, and not all people are equal in this. So I think we're seeing the end of this virus very soon, and I think things are going to happen. So what do I emphasize? How do you develop resilience? Well, I think one of the biggest things you can do is read. I think libraries are one of the most important thing people should develop and have those. If you were looking around my room here, my book, other than this curtain behind me, my office here is full of books, and I've read every one of those books, and I read many of them twice or three times. So instead of watching Netflix for 3 hours a day, I'd encourage you to read 1 or 2 hours a day and really develop that. My favorite thing is to read biographies and autobiographies, because, although we're going through this right now, many of people have gone through these things over and over and over again. So if you can develop and learn from their resiliency skills, you can really get ahead in this pandemic and learn some of the things that they did to get forward. So I'd encourage you to read as much as you can. Secondly, is I'd like you to join a group like this group Syndicate and participate in it, because I think participation in it will help you get to another level as well. And I think these one-on-one exercises that Syndicate really offers are very important. And if any of you would like a one-on-one with me, I probably have some time next week or the week after. Certainly take me up on that, and we'll talk about how we can work together to make your business a bit better. Thirdly, what you need to do is you need to volunteer and pay it forward. Because I think paying it forward is one of those skills that you should always do. And by that I mean volunteering. There's so many organizations out there that have been hurt in this pandemic and need help. The food bank, for example, needs immense amount of people to help them at this current time, just getting things onto the shelves and helping redistribute. I think this is a time when everybody needs to do that. And lastly, it's paying it forward, doing something for somebody else that you wouldn't regularly do. I think the paying it forward aspect is something that gets something that's overmitted, and that helps us to become more grateful for what we have. Most of us have a roof over our heads. Most of us are not worried about where our next meal is coming from. And that is something that 50% of the world does not have right now. Did you know that over 70% of the world does not have clean water and do not know how to get clean water? Can you picture that? We turn on our tap and we have water that's readily available. I'm a Rotarian. I believe firmly in what the Rotary societies do, and I think that's a good group. If people do not belong to a Rotary group, I suggest you check it out, because they're even available on Zoom meetings right now, and they're available around the world. I've spoken at Rotary meetings in all the way from Thailand to almost every city in the United States to most cities in Canada, and they are really a great group of people trying to make the world a better place. And one of their goals is to wipe polio off the face of the earth. Polio has affected almost every country in the world, and the vaccination process started in the 1950s. There are still 2 countries in the world that have polio: Afghanistan and Pakistan. Last year, it ended in Africa, believe it or not, but we still have 2 countries with polio. So once we get the vaccine for COVID, how long do you think it's going to take to get it around to all the communities of the world? I mean, 1950 to now is 70 years. I suspect it's going to take equally as long for the COVID virus to get around, the vaccine to get around, and I suspect it's going to take at least 70 years to get it to a state where it's like the polio virus is now. So in reality, it's going to help, especially in first world nations, but second and third world nations, it's truly going to take a long time to get this world in a better place. So with that, I'd like to encourage people to realize that resilience is a physical property that everybody has. You have it built in you to be resilient. You have it naturally as a physical property built in you. What you have to do is develop your mental resilience as much as your physical resilience. And I also encourage everybody to exercise at least 3 to 5 times a week with some visible physical exercise. You don't have to go to a gym to do that. You can do it in your own home. It's something that if you exercise for 5 to 10 minutes a day, your body will be in a better physical state to overcome disease, to overcome diabetes, to overcome everything. And I think everybody needs to do that. I think the couch potato aspect of this virus has gotten a little bit much, and I think people need to overcome that. I know Mitch has bitten the bullet on that and done some real good stuff and really overcome some of the early parts of the weight gain in the early parts of the pandemic. The average person gained about 30 to 50 pounds in this pandemic, believe it or not. Wow, that's a lot. And I hope everybody can refrain from that sort of activity and just move on. I think there's a lot we can do. I think there's a lot we can do every day. And all you have to do is spend 5 or 10 minutes to do that. So with that, I'm going to turn the floor back to Mitch.
Doc, as always, thank you very much for being able to join us and coming in and sharing some of your insight, wisdom gained over years of just living, never mind running, organizing, and working with people, and now your direct profession, of course, helping people to be able to do this. Doc, thank you very much for joining us today. Always an absolute pleasure to have Doc Lyka with us. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, breathe. For a moment, breathe. We're going to go back and I'm going to reset the points that we talked about really quickly and add resilience in there as well, because that is, it's a skill. And it is also a personal competency, a development that you have to have. But when we communicate, and what we've talked about here with Doc, is that resilience often means that, and for the development of the skill itself, there are some things to learn, strategies, tools, and tips, etc., that you can learn. But resilience is often taught only because of circumstance. We start to adapt. We start to adopt different ideas. And remember, as we talked about the base level of developing and deploying leadership, to be able to communicate, create pauses, assess, plan, create action steps. And inside those action steps, what do? We make adjustments. We adjust when things are not working the way we want them to. And then we reset, reassess, and start over. For resilience to become developed and to evolve and grow, our opportunity is to move through that consistently. When we look at what a pandemic brings, or what challenges in an economic landscape like we have now, when we have uncertainty when it comes to health and wellness, when our healthcare systems, depending on where you are in the world, can be incredibly and viciously challenged right now, each one of these creates an uncertain environment. And so when we have to do that, the first task we have to do, and what develops any skills or competencies inside of leadership, and we're going to talk about some of those here shortly, is to be able to communicate, collect information, understand what's going on, and then create a pause, create a moment so that we have some clarity, some information, some context for where we sit uniquely right now. Because to create that pause allows us to assess and plan. So to assess and plan for ourselves, to assess and plan for our personal welfare, for our food, for every instance of what we are trying to accomplish, it means that we can more effectively plan. And then when we go to take action, when we go to deploy ourselves, then we are very likely to exhibit and express, of course, success. Because as we take action, we are looking and being proactive for challenges and problems. We are creating communication again. We're adjusting. We're taking action steps. And then, of course, we're resetting and reassessing. So in leadership, resilience is a competency. It's something that life is going to largely build with you. So there's skills and competencies that we need as leaders. But from this base model to start with, where we communicate, create a pause, assess and plan, take action. And when we take action, watch for problems and challenges, communicate, adjust, take action, deploy new resources or redeploy, then reset. Then we can look to lead through self and others and organizations. And with self, to know strengths and weaknesses, to be able to create pauses. With others, to create that certainty, those pauses. With organizations, to have effective plans. Now we can start to talk about the self, the makeup of good leaders, what creates good leaders, what goes into good leaders, and what's going to help you to become a more effective leader for 2021. So we're going to take a 5-minute pause. Just turn off your camera, go get water, use the bathroom, come right back, and we're gonna drill through our last 2 hours, up to 2 hours together, where we're going to talk about what the characteristics of great leadership is, how to actually develop and deploy a plan for leadership for you, your organization, and your business, and skills that you have to have as a good leader, an effective leader, a great leader, and to be able to use those. So we're going to take a short 5-minute pause. I'm going to turn my camera off real quick. I, of course, have to get a refill on my water. And, since it was a morning, I was out of coffee. Now it's time to go on to my tea instead for the rest of the afternoon. And let's get into this. So, ladies and gentlemen, please stick with us. Those live on YouTube right now, stick with us. A tiny little break. I'm saying 5 minutes. Very likely I'll be back in 2 or 3. And we're going to get right into it. We're going to talk about what makes a good leader, the strengths, strategies, and tools that we have to use, the skills that we have to have, and how to effectively plan for 2021 so that we can lead ourselves and our businesses and achieve success even in the midst of a challenged economy or a pandemic. So we'll be right back with you very, very shortly. We'll get started, and we will maximize this for the rest of the day for you. See you in a moment. All right, everybody, I am popping back in, and welcome back to our live audience on YouTube. Of course, it's great to see you. We're going to get started in about 30 seconds or so. So get ready. I hope you had water and a good bathroom break, got yourself a snack or whatever it is. It's Saturday, and in our location, it's nice out too. So I know it's going to take some attention away, but let's get back into it and make sure to maximize this and give you 2021 in a way that is going to help you to grow. So just bear with us. We'll be right there in a moment. All right, we are back and getting going. I'm popping open the notebook, even though I'm the one talking, but I've been writing notes as I was listening to Doc, and of course, making sure that we've got what we're doing next and what we're talking about well organized to bring you fantastic value. So let's make sure that you have everything you need and that you want. You're going to maximize all of your return on your efforts. And of course, let's make sure to conquer 2021. So quick summary for everybody as well. If you're playing along for the morning here, we just talked about resilience with Doc Leica. 5 steps, 5 mechanics for us as we go into leadership. The ability to communicate, get people to pause and listen long enough so that you can help them to create change. Next, create a pause. Create a moment of calmness, of certainty, so that people begin to feel comfortable and are more likely to be able to engage. Next, assess. Look at people, their individual strengths, the strengths of the organization, etc. Look at what can make you weak, what can really hurt you, what errors and mistakes your business has. From assessment, be able to create plans. Look forward a month, 6 months, a year, 2 years. And more importantly, when we create plans, start in the future. These are not action item plans for what's going on tomorrow. These are not operations plans for what your business is going to do in the next 30 days. Strategic is to be able to look at the entire picture, to be able to embrace the whole umbrella for you and your business or businesses, what you're working towards. And then we take that time from a year or 2 years from now and work it backwards to a year, to 6 months, to 3 months, to 1 month. Then from those action item plans, we empower, we create an environment where people can do what they are best at in the environment, the place, and the way that they are best at and what they can do best in turn for. While they're taking action, while they are creating that environment and working towards that long-range vision, that assessed and planned for action item, the solution, the outcome, to build the kingdom, if you will. We, of course, are watching for errors and challenges to be as proactive as possible, to create an environment where finding errors and mistakes is not punitive or punishment. We can find them so that we can build, take away the pain, or once again, use our resources and our people in the areas of strengths to make up for them or eliminate them. To be able to adjust. Good leaders adjust. Good leaders and good organizations adjust. Good businesses and good people adjust. We understand that not everything works the same way it's supposed to all the time, and that's okay. It is permissible for it not to work all the time, all the way we need it to. It's fine. But what is not permissible is to not be able to adjust. And then, of course, we take action as leaders to be able to shore up, deploy more resources, leverage more strengths, assist our people and our organization to be able to achieve those results in a month or 3 months or 6 months or a year or 2 years. And then we reset, reassess, and start to communicate. From there, when we look to lead, to follow 5 items, 5 action items for leadership, we have to be able to lead ourselves. We must be able to lead others. And then, of course, in turn, lead organizations. To lead ourselves, assess ourselves first, know what we're strong at, and make it a mission to shore up, reduce, and eliminate weaknesses. With others, to be able to create that calmness, that sense of purpose and a plan. And in organizations, to be able to communicate effectively, to get the bulk of the people inside of organizations to understand what the plan is, and of course, move them through our 5 mechanics, which is to communicate, create calm, assess and plan, take action, create action items, and deploy people in a way that they're strongest. And then, of course, reset, reassess, and develop from there. So for leaders, though, it is enough to have a mechanic and to know where you're going to do it, but to understand, remember, when we talked about leading of self, know thyself is the very first mandate. So I want you to jot some notes here for a moment about yourself. I want you to write about yourself for a moment, because now you can use Google or any other search engine on the planet, but Google's the most pervasive that we've got right now. to look up characteristics of leadership, or dynamics of leadership, or alignment of leadership, or leadership styles, et cetera, et cetera. But there are, if you want, 3 different or primary types of leaders, and then call it 3 different behaviors of leadership. So the 3 different types of leaders: visionary, coaching, and commanding. The 3 different styles. And again, I write notes as I do this all the time because, well, Mitch, you're the one that's talking about this, of course, right? And the 3 different styles: dominant, supportive, and facilitative. So for our 3 different types of leaders: visionary. Visionary leaders are those where big picture, global perspectives, and the ability to paint that picture for others is the foremost personality trait or display of that leader themselves. Visionary leaders are those that talk about where we're going to, what the end result is. Visionary leaders are those that can see so very clearly what the outcome is going to be that they can tell us what we're going to be able to achieve when we reach the promised land that is the image in their head. Visionaries paint pictures, tell stories, and elicit responses, usually positive responses, about the picture that we are going to work towards, the image and the icon that we are going to create for ourselves. In businesses, visionaries understand where a business will be in a year or 2 years or 3 years, and can tell us that our hard work is going to achieve this. Coaching as a type of leaders are those that help and support, those that find and make up, that build technical skills. Coaching leaders are ones that educate as well as inspire. They train, handhold, and guide to outcomes and results. Commanding leaders are those that stand at the front of the room, create action plans, direction, and take people with them. Now, know that all leaders, competent, incompetent, great, average, poor, etc., all have elements of this. Anybody that stands at the front of an organization, business, or a room has a vision for where they would like this organization or business to go to. Understands that at some level, they're going to have to coach, educate, or train people. And that because they own the business or sit at the front of the room, that of course they're going to have to command. They're going to have to manage or lead to a certain extent. But leaders from a type, it's to know thyself, and then leading others and organizations to identify the primary attribute that you have as a leader. To know where, what about know thyself and leading yourself? Knowing where you're strongest. If you paint pictures, if you can clearly see a day in the future for what your business looks like, and you can describe, explain, or elicit a response, get people excited to come along on that journey, they want to see that day too, then your type of leadership is visionary. You can see into the future, you can clearly define, you can see the room, you can see the light cascading through the windows, you can see the furniture in the room, you can see the artwork or images on the walls, you can hear the voices and the murmur of people working, you can see the individuals you're with right now and where they are and what they look like with that measure of success. You can paint the picture of each one of the unique places those individuals sit in and what all of this looks like when you sit in your chair and feel it, sense it, and watch it around you. Visionary leaders have the capacity to paint that picture and use that to define. Remember, our plan of action: communicate, create, calm, assess, and plan. Visionary taking that, the end goal, the outcome, the result, the image that we've got, and to be able to take that and first impart that vision to you, the image, the quest we're going to go on. And of course, to be able to build the plan and the mechanic, the things we have to do to achieve it. Coaching leaders, again, like all good leaders or great leaders, are going to be quintessential and fundamental at being able to build communication, at being able to create calm, at being able to assess people, their strengths and weaknesses, finding the best way to deploy those people to achieve short-term, intermediate, and long-term goals and settings, and to be able to educate and teach people. Remember, know thyself, leading yourself first, and then leading others. Coaching leaders are going to know themselves exceptionally well and are going to understand the individuals, the others, incredibly well. Now, visionary leaders are going to know themselves and what the image, the idea, the end result needs to be, and to be able to engage the organization itself. Coaching leaders are going to know themselves and understand others intimately, and to be able to take others, leverage their strengths, develop them more, add other skills to them, and help them to know where their weaknesses, where those errors and mistakes are created, and in turn can be taken care of, resolved, solved. Coaching leaders are the ones to take themselves and others by the hand and move them through assessing and action plans, to walk them mechanically through days and weeks and months as you work towards the achievement of the year or 2 years or 3 years in the future. To be able to most readily assess and, of course, go through and with coaching leaders, to be able to make adjustments and communicate effectively. Commanding leaders are ones that will stand at the front of the room and communicate most readily with people, will take charge at the outset, particularly when challenges or challenge times are created. Commanding leaders you will see at the front of every step in organizations. Commanding leaders look at the 3 areas of leadership, self and others in organizations, and commanding leaders focus on others in organizations, knowing who they have available and what the outcome against the organization needs to be, and being able to marry those two together and then provide clear direction. Now, all 3 leaders, whether visionary, coaching, or commanding, need to understand the 5 mechanics in leadership: the ability to communicate, create pauses and calm, assess and plan, create action steps, be proactive in identifying challenges, identify, of course, errors and mistakes, communicate, adjust, take action, deploy resources, and then be able to reset, reassess, pause. But commanding leaders are going to be the ones that work and create action out of assessment and planning most quickly and most readily, and that will look to mitigate against errors, mistakes, to be able to communicate and make adjustments. All 3 leadership styles, all 3 leadership types, leadership types, styles is in a moment. All 3 leadership types, visionary, coaching, commanding, must use all 5 leadership steps. And all 3 visionaries, coaching, and commanding leaders must understand self, others, and organizations. But visionary leaders start with them, with themselves, and know what the expectation, the outcome for the business is. And then from there, they look to engage with the organization itself to realize and achieve the vision, the painted picture of the end result. Coaching, look at self and others, understand the individual and the components that make them up, understand the strengths and weaknesses, how to deploy, and then work with people to build and develop towards end results. Commanding leaders look at others and organizations, assessing, once again, strengths and weaknesses against outcome and developing actionable items, and then taking the front of the room, communication, and saying, here's what we are doing next. Visionary leaders Look for managers. Coaching leaders mechanically manage people. Commanding people stand at the front of the room. All three elements have to be displayed. And in fact, regardless of your base type as a leader, primarily, you're not that person all the time. It's no different than behavior. We all make adjustments with different people in different organizations. But identifying whether from a visionary standpoint, you first start with what the image is in your head and what the outcome for the organization is, and push to drive, then your primary type of leadership is visionary. If you look to assess self and others and work with people day in and day out, assess, plan, take action, find errors and mistakes, create an environment where you can capture our challenges and problems ahead of time, make sure that people continue to work from their strongest areas and shore up those areas where they may be weakest, then your primary type of leadership is coaching. And if responses under pressure include walking to the front of the room first and being the first person to talk, being the first person to create and assess, being the first person to take action, and being the first person to direct on adjustment, and you look at other people and the organization and the way to marry them together to achieve outcomes and results, the long-range planning, then your primary type of leadership is commanding. From there, we have different styles of leadership. Call it behavior, the outward manifestation of the way the type of leader we are is. We have dominant, we have supportive, and we have facilitative. Dominant, in a crude sense, my way or the highway. Dominant will take charge of a room in a hurry. Supportive will help to bolster and uplift others. Facilitative will work collaboratively. Now, the style of leader, of course, listening and thinking for yourself, yes, in many respects corresponds more naturally to a certain type of leader. But to understand whether it has to be, and this is not a negative statement, so please don't attach a bias for a moment by thinking this. It has to be your way. I'm here to work for my people. I'm here to work with my people. Dominant, supportive, facilitative. When a problem occurs or a challenge arises, what is your immediate response? To take control of the situation, to empower and enable the people around you, or to find common ground to work together to resolve problems and challenges? That tells you the style of leadership you have. From there, when we look at the type of leaders we are, do we paint a picture and want people to see the end result and bring them along with us while we achieve whatever that picture in our head is? Do we look to find people and enable and teach them how to do for themselves? Or do we, in turn, much like dominant style of leadership, do we immediately look to exert control over a situation? That is commanding. Understanding visionary, coaching, commanding tells you your type, and when we are under pressure, what you are going to devolve to, what you are going to behave like, especially when a rapid response is being asked. From there, the way you follow through talks to the style of leader you are. Dominant, your voice is the one in the room. Supportive, uplifting other people. Or facilitating, working with people towards common results. So I want you to take a moment and I want you to think visionary. I paint pictures and I want others to see that picture. I think first of myself, for myself, and what that will mean for the organization. Or next, I think of myself and others and how to empower them, how to make or maximize the best out of them. Third, do I think of the others and the organization and how to make them work together, fit together to achieve our common or shared outcomes and results. The first is visionary, self to organization. The second is coaching, self and others. The third is commanding, others and organizations. I want you to think for about the next 30 seconds to a minute, jot a note, and honestly assess. Remember, assessment and plan. Do you think of yourself and others first? Do you think of self and organization first? Or do you think of others and organization first? If you think of self and organization first, then your primary type is visionary. If you think of self and others first, how to get the people to do the best job, then your primary type of leadership is coaching. And if your first thought is how do I get others and the whole organization to achieve the result, then your primary type of leadership is commanding. As you're writing those notes, your next line down needs to be, your voice is the only voice in the room, first. Other voices need to be heard to understand. All voices have an equal say. If your voice is the one that has to be heard first in the room, your style of leadership primarily is dominant. If you choose to listen to others first, your style of leadership is supportive. If you look to collect all voices being equal, then your primary leadership style is facilitative. As you write these notes, and you can label yourself, I am a visionary, supportive leader. I am a coaching, dominant leader. I am a commanding, facilitative leader. I am a visionary, facilitative leader. I'm a commanding, dominant leader. I am a coaching, supportive leader. You should be able to write at the top of a page or where you're writing notes right now, which one of these two primarily you are. When we discuss leading of self, and we equate that to know thyself, the first adage in leading yourself, knowing who you are under pressure is going to save you, and there's no gentle way to put this, a lot of heartache. When we embrace from know thyself who we are at our core or our essence to start with, it means the decisions we make for our organization and for others is leveraging where we are strongest. Mitch is a coaching dominant leader. When crises happens, I often feel that I should be one of the first people to talk, not because other people aren't important or that we can't work together. I often feel that I need to be the first person to talk. So my style is dominant. And I'm a business coach. My primary job is to work with people, self and others, to engage and grow, to assess strengths and weaknesses, to build. Knowing your type, visionary, self-first, organization other, paint a picture, share the picture, organization work towards it. Coaching, know self and others, strengths and weaknesses, enable and grow people. Commanding, others and organization, marrying the people in the organization together to achieve outcomes and results. Style, dominant. When crises or incidents happen, your voice needs to be the first one in the room. Supportive, letting others go first. Facilitative, all voices have an equal say. Knowing these two primary types, and while we're sitting here, and when we talk behavior for a moment, understand that when the way we behave every day, leadership type, leadership style, etc., what we think of first, ourself, others, the organization itself, all plays a part in really only two instances. When we wake up first thing in the morning, in other words, there's no pressure, there's no stress, there's no constraint, there's no hurry or worry, or when we are under pressure, because we will always devolve. We will always go back to who we really are. Otherwise, between those two circumstances, under high pressure, high stress, or when we are quote unquote naked first thing in the morning and there's no pressure on us, we will always adapt. We will always look from a people standpoint to match others around us. But if you are to be an effective leader, you must know thyself. So leading of self first. Know when I lead self and then lead others and then lead organizations, I am a visionary or a coaching or a commanding leader. I look visionary from self first to organization, and I paint pictures. From a coaching, I look to self and others to understand strengths and weaknesses and how to maximize, grow, and leverage. From a commanding type, I look at others in the organization, the way to marry them together to achieve results. From a style, my voice must be the first one heard in the room, and then others can go. I allow others to talk first, and I use that language for a very specific reason. It is common to be able to think of the moment something happens, happy, sad, terrifying, elation, fear-inducing, anger-inducing. What is our first response? Do we have to talk out loud? Do we wait for others to talk? Or do we look to collaborate? That tells us our style of leader, whether we are dominant or supportive or facilitative. Now that we know that, to affect change for our organization inside of 2020, what's left of it, and into 2021, means that when we look at self, others, and organization, and when we deploy to communicate first with people, remember, getting as many voices as possible to stop and listen, to create a pause, a sense of calm, get the waters to go still, to assess and plan effectively, to start the action process, and then, of course, to reset and reassess. We will always do so in our own heads, first from ourselves, and whether we are visionary, coaching, commanding, or whether we are dominant, supportive, or facilitative. Now, some of those styles and types do not feel that they can go together very well. I challenge you to prove that you are wrong. Visionary facilitative leaders, there are examples of them, notable right now. You could very well be one. There are commanding facilitative leaders. I think of others in the organization first and how to maximize their return. And I like to work collaboratively with people to do so. Coaching and supportive seems like a natural line. Coaching and facilitative, but coaching and dominant, that doesn't seem like it goes well together. It absolutely will. I am a coaching dominant coach, which means that I want to make sure that my voice is heard first. And I will work with you and others and myself to make sure that we are maximizing ourselves. So it's okay to look and go, I don't know if these would go together. How many people do you know in life that fall exactly into the pigeonhole that we all expect out of them? Oh, technical difficulties. Please stand by. So for us, know thyself. Type, visionary, coaching, commanding, dominant, supportive, facilitative, and how that applies compared to our 5 development cycle pieces, the song that never ends for coaching. And then, of course, in relation to coaching, leading, managing self, others, and organizations. Now that we've looked at this and you've got some jot notes for yourself, I'm a visionary supportive. I am a coaching dominant. I am a commanding facilitative, etc. And I've got these 5 mechanics and steps. We want to talk about what makes you either good at your job or what you have to add to make yourself better. So again, I've been talking about it for almost 3 hours. Who here, for the live audience that's here right now on YouTube, if you want to, please don't hesitate to drop a comment. We'll get back to you, answer later. Who here thinks everything we've talked about today you can learn? Can be a developed skill, right? Absolutely. Now, there are those people that are, I don't know, more social, more gregarious. Perfect. Natasha, thanks for chiming in. There are those that are more comfortable, more readily and easily comfortable amongst other people. Those people that develop resilience and communication tools and styles so that it doesn't feel so offensive or it doesn't bother them when people disagree. Because leadership, of course, is still about disagreement as much as it is about agreement and working together collaboratively. But every aspect of this is skill-based. It's something you can learn to do and you can follow along. So if you start right now, you log off and you say, I've heard enough, done. I got a pretty good idea what's going on. And I think I got a solid plan for my business in 2021. And all you did on a daily and weekly basis was make sure to communicate effectively with the people around you. Make sure to create a moment of calm, pause, assess and plan regularly, take action steps, shore up against problems, challenges, errors, and mistakes, make adjustments, and deploy other resources or people to help create more strength in areas or get results faster, and then reset and reassess, you'd already be doing a better job. You'd already be creating an environment where you are a more effective leader. You're a better leader. Next, you said to yourself, self, because remember, it's not others or organizations. If you say in your own head, hey, others, what do you think? I can't help you as a coach if there's more than one voice in your head. And that was a moment of humor. Bear with me. But you can understand whether as a leader from a type, you are visionary, coaching, or commanding. And from the style, you're dominant, supportive, or facilitative. Already you're making bigger steps. But now you want to specify the kind of skills you have. Remember when we talked about assess and plan, knowing our weaknesses, and under ourself, know your strengths and know your weaknesses, and work really hard to be able to develop and grow and overcome your weaknesses and challenges. So for us, we need some skills. Now you can use Mother Google, you can read a number of books, you can look at all sorts of different things to make you a little better. But here are some primary ones. Here's some principal ones. Now, lists and profiling that I use have 27 of these buggers to go with them. But here's a list of things that are essential, quintessential, and equate to time and again what makes good leaders. Because some of what makes good managers also makes good leaders. Some of what makes good leaders makes good managers. And what makes good leaders or good managers also makes for good employees, good workers. But here are some of the things, or not some, the most essential skills that you have to be effective as a leader. Some of these you can develop by taking a course, watching and playing along with this video, watching in the future, reading a book, etc. Some of these take some time. Some of these take circumstances, resilience. So the very first one, in fact, we had Doc talked about it because it is one of the most effective skills in leadership, resilience. And in a plain language standpoint, for resilience to be displayed, resilience is, and the kind of person I am, it doesn't say savage in business behind me by accident or across my shirt, but I like to use plain language to make points. Resilience is being able to get punched in the mouth and get back up and keep doing what you were doing. The more time it takes you to recover, and no, I'm not telling you have to get punched in the mouth to learn resilience. I'm using it as an example, a comparison. Being able to get punched in the mouth and more readily or quickly rebound, pop back, to be able to go back to what you're doing. Now, if you're carrying a tray of food and got punched in the mouth, you're going to drop that tray of food. That's going to suck. You've lost all that food. It's also going to suck because if you're carrying a tray of food, let's say at home, and somebody punches you in the mouth, either intruders got in, and that's terrible, or a member of your family likely doesn't like you as well as you thought they did. Or maybe you did something to deserve getting punched in the mouth. Now, the speed at which you go, what was that for? Trying to juggle the tray, pick up and clean up the tray, and start the conversation over why you got punched in the mouth carrying a tray of food is a display of resilience. The more time you spend shocked with a tray of food all over the floor, just wondering what has happened, the less developed your skill of resilience is. So please don't invite people that love you to punch you in the mouth when you're carrying a tray of food. That's not what I'm advocating here. But resilience is one of the essential skills in leaders. The more resilient we are, the more we create that sense of calm. Remember step 2, create a pause, create calm. And when challenges display themselves, resilience shows up because the moment a challenge or problem occurs, remember we try and be proactive with problems and challenges, or when errors and mistakes are created or found, that we go, well, isn't that interesting? Okay, let's communicate, let's plan, let's adjust, let's rebuild it, and let's move on. This is where resilience as a skill is displayed. Now, there are options, opportunities, courses, books, etc., that can help build resilience. So I'm not going to entertain a notion of giving you a list of exactly what you should do. I'm going to tell you, you need to display resilience and you have to learn. Now, remember, we talked about this a moment ago when it came to type and style. Mitch's type of leader is coaching. Mitch's style is dominant. So what did I just do? If you don't think that resilience is really good, and I don't think resilience is really good, I'm going to challenge you to find a way to make it better. And if you can't, then I will help. So if your resilient skill development isn't there, get a book, get a course, talk to me, find a coach, etc., and start to develop the skill of resilience. Next skill down inside of leadership, self-starting. Regardless of style of leadership, supportive, waiting for other voices, facilitative, working collaboratively, leaders must self-start. If leaders do not have self-start, they're waiting for somebody else to define what needs to be done. Remember, when we lead, we're always looking to be able to communicate, create pauses, and then assess and plan. Good leaders engage and use everybody around them, but based on type and style, we'll tell you how we're going to do that and where we look first. Again, visionaries look at self and organization, coaching look at self and others, and commanding look at others and organizations. But for every quintessential and effective or great leader, they're the first person to start. So self-starting is a developed skill. Now, self-starting has another skill that's attached to it. So self-starting can be waylaid by analysis paralysis. It really can. It can be set aside for those people that are more cautious, conscientious about information and details. Being able to quickly begin on something or decide what to do first can be waylaid. So a good third skill for leaders is going to be time management. So while we're here, and I mean, I'm writing while you're here, I've got all my notes in front of me as well, but I'm even writing because as I'm talking out loud, things in a way that I normally educate start to shift to make sense in a different language. Does that make sense? So I'm literally adjusting. Remember, part of our action item list is to adjust as we're taking action. I'm adjusting the way I'm going to deliver information as I'm delivering it right now, because suddenly something, even in my own head, and I've spent years doing this, makes better sense right now than it did before I said it. So I'm adjusting the way I'm presenting to you as I'm working through this. And hold on, I'm going to pop somebody in. See? Resilience, self-starting.
right? Resilience, get punched in the mouth carrying a tray of food. Self-starting, picking what we do next. Time management, being able to organize ourselves better. So for us, where we have, and again, I'm going to write this order down right now, even though I've got it all here on one page. Resilience, self-starting, time management. So off of my list, there is time management, there is self-starting, and there's resilience. When we can effectively pick where we're going to begin and what to begin on first, essential skill for leaders to be able to take action. Time management means that when we look at what we're going to pick next, we're going to prioritize based on importance and where things need to happen to make sure that the most essential, critical ones are going to happen first, or the most essential and critical are going to happen in the place that fits best. Remember, we talked about leadership, assessing and planning, and we're talking, you want to start a year out or 2 years out and then come back to 6 months, 3 months, and a month. Knowing that something is essential and important, self-starting, that something is going to happen, being able to pick that it's going to happen, but knowing that it doesn't have to happen right now, time management, and giving it a home is a fundamental developed skill in leaders. Being able to know that everything is important is good. Being able to know that everything is vital is good. Not knowing that not everything has to happen right this moment is vital. And that is development of the skill of time management that we need to have. So again, resilience. I want you to think about it for a moment, these first 3 skills. And I want you to be able to identify something very important. Am I resilient? Yes or no? What do I think? I want you to jot some notes for a moment. Am I resilient? Do I think I'm resilient? How have I, know thyself first, how have I been managing the last 8 months of a pandemic? Am I stressed and worried all the time? Am I taking it out on other people? Do I have problems getting moving every day? Is it tough to figure out and navigate what I'm going to begin with in business? That's moving over to self-starting in a moment. Every time 2020 gives us another essential 2020 moment, do I look, assess from problems, challenges, look for errors and mistakes, and then make adjustments? Or do I have to pause and sit for a moment? Remember our comparison here. Did I get the tray of food knocked out of my hands because 2020's punched us in the mouth again? And now I'm more worried about the mess the tray made than being able to pick it up and keep going. Next, self-starting. Not how quickly, but how often do I look at whatever tasks, behaviors, or activities I have to perform? Remember, assess and plan. And then create the ability for myself, or create the list for myself so I can get moving. Do I have to wait for somebody else to tell me to start? Or can I pick right or wrong? Because right or wrong is a product for measurement later. To be able to pick what I'm going to act on next. From there, do I regularly take the activities, challenges? Do I take the assessment and planning? Do I take the action items, the proactivity that I need there, looking at errors and mistakes? Yes, in some cases being reactive when errors and mistakes come up, being proactive with problems and challenges, making adjustments and re-leveraging strength, or applying more energy and more strength to areas that are really effective for us. Then from there, am I able to organize them in a way that makes best sense, can prioritize them? Remember, what should I be self-starting on first? And put them in their home, their place in time. Everything is important all the time, but everything is not necessarily needed now. Especially if, as an example, when we plan a year out, and right now for the next month, I have 3 critical tasks in business, and task 4, 5, and 6 are month 2's problem. Planning, assess, and action items, action lists, then it doesn't mean that they are a priority right now, which means my ability to manage and know that I could take those tasks, the most essential ones, and put them 30 days ahead. And know that even if it's just me and my organization or my business, 30-day ahead Mitch has to be set up to succeed with them there. And at that moment, I'll be able to pause, assess and plan, take action, deploy resources from strength, and be able to make adjustments as things come up. Time management is an essential skill for effective leaders, good leaders, great leaders, knowing where it's most important for you to be at any time. Remember, inside of our action item list, we're going to go, look, we're going to look for proactively problems and challenges. From there, we're going to identify errors and mistakes, remove them from people, or help them to create an environment where they can do that. We're going to communicate effectively with those people all the time, others, and our organization. And then, of course, we're going to make adjustments. Time management is knowing that we need to be in certain spots at certain times. And when it comes to others and our organization, being able to put ourselves in a place where our time is not our slave driver, but where our time and where we're deployed, most importantly, self-start to those spots that are the most critical, most important. So those first three, I hope you have notes about them right now. And resilient, am I resilient or not? If not, what am I going to do? Self-starting, skill 2, to start to shore up that skill. Secondly, self-starting. Do I very readily and easily pick what I should do? Never mind what everybody else needs to do first. Do I start with myself and do I decide what has to happen? If not, if I'm waiting for other people for feedback, then my self-starting skill development is low. Then I need to find a way to develop that. I need a book or a course or a video or a coach or something to help me to start to develop the ability, the skill to self-start. Next, time management. Whenever a certain number of functions of time, or particularly when under pressure, I have a whole bunch of functions right now that are urgent and important. Are they all urgent and important right now? Can I organize them in a way that's going to maximize what? The strengths of myself and the people around me and the organization that I have? Because there is never an instance where everything is urgent and important right now, because chances are, what have we done? We've created an error or mistake at some point in the past that has allowed a number of things that became urgent, important, critical to happen right now to be left off being resolved until they do become critical. So it means our time management skill, yes or no? Does that happen to you all the time, or does it never happen to you? So time management skill, really good. Fourth skill, decision making. Decision making is logical thinking. Now, you can drop in the chat or on YouTube. You can drop a comment if you want. I'm going to be curious to go back to the math. I'll give you the answer very, very shortly. But how many people, by percentage, think they make objective, not emotional decisions? In other words, the percentage of the time you make an objective as opposed to an emotional decision. Or how often, by percentage, in the number of times you make a decision in a given day, do you make a decision emotionally instead of objectively? Now, there's two different numbers, and there can be some different social psychology and different studies that goes to it. But there's a universal number that's been constant for years. So on an average day, whether there's pressure or not into a situation, 72% of the time, we make an emotional decision. When we make money decisions, 92% of the time, we make an emotional decision. So why do you think there are so many? There we go, right? Don, right in there. Thank you, brother. Right in the ballpark. Bingo. Exactly. 30-70, right about right. Now, what's interesting in our life, Natasha, brilliant. Thank you very much. What's interesting in our life is the moment we decide to make a money decision, we make money decisions emotionally more than we make regular decisions in our life emotionally. I learned that interesting statistics, and just as a quick aside for a moment, by one of the most noted investment gurus on the planet right now, Phil Town. And Phil Town talks about investing, and where Phil Town learned to invest was from a little known guy named Charlie Munger, and from a really well-known guy named Warren Buffett. And when those two men make decisions money-wise, it is all about the math, baby. What does the math say about how good the leaders are at their jobs? What does the math say about how strong the financial welfare of the business is? What do the numbers say for the kind of company they are? What do the numbers say about the way they sell? What do the numbers say about their potential for longevity? So when everybody on the planet makes even more emotional decisions about money, including the people that we trust to make money decisions for us, what does that say about the way we make emotional decisions on a day-to-day basis, even with our own money? So for us, decision-making is a critical skill. Because when we look to make any decision in life, the likelihood and the higher the pressure the situation is, the more likely we are to make an emotional decision first, as opposed to a rational or an objective decision. In other words, backed with some critical thinking or logic is going to come in. So when you're writing skill 4 down for decision making, now, again, what's strange about decision making is you're going, well, Mitch, you talked about dominant leadership style and commanding leadership style, and it sounds like those people make decisions really fast. Yeah, they do. They even make emotional decisions really fast. Certain types of leaders and styles of leaders make emotional decisions much slower. For us, when it comes to decision making is a critical skill, and decision making is a logical skill, meaning that we make objective decisions, not subjective decisions. So when information details, challenges, problems, errors and mistakes, new situations, changes in our environment, changes in our business, changes for our employees, etc., arrive, our job from a decision-making standpoint is to always assess this. Am I making a gut decision? In other words, as soon as something happens, this is what I think we should do. Now, some people are going to make gut decisions and take time to talk about it. Some people are going to make gut decisions and think this is what we should do. Okay, decision making. The first phase is always from a place where, as fast as we decide safely in our own head to transact on something. So decision making. How quickly does an idea pop into my head? Next is the idea, decision, or action logical? Well, Mitch, I don't know what the hell the word logical means. I'm not going to explain it here on a leadership call. I'm going to tell you to use Google or your device to look it up. In other words, the decision that I made, whether immediate or whether a little bit of time, does it make most sense? The decision, if it makes most sense, how much information can I equate? In other words, justify the decision based on what I know. The last criteria for critical decision making is, do I need to seek more outside information to make an objective decision? Where does my emotional side decide as fast or as slow as it does on a decision? From there, is that decision logical? In other words, is it backed up by facts? Third, with the facts, is there enough information to prove that the facts are real, or are they conjecture? In other words, do I just think based on some of these facts that they apply, or is there any other information that can help to equate to the facts being factual and not true? Once again, impression or emotional state. Fourth, any decision I'm going to make, do I need to seek outside input or more information? Decision making comes in really only 2 styles, and this is mathematics, psychology, and logic. Now, math has been great, and we're all gonna have flashbacks. And once again, I apologize for this, to junior high or high school, where we have interpretive and extrapolative information. Interpretive, inside all of the information sources, I can create an answer. Extrapolative, with all the information I have, the answer I'm looking for is in another box. But because this box looks similar enough to this box, I'm going to be able to make an assumption. The way I prove the assumption is by making the first box make the most sense logically, information driven, and looking for as many information pieces that can be like as like, so that I can prove that anything missing in the second box, extrapolative, makes the most sense and is the most information driven. Interpretive is the most common of our fast reaction decisions. The most information I have, I've experienced this before, all this information points to an answer. The most fast acting answers come interpretive. Extrapolative are the most common emotional answers. This looks close enough to this, that has to be the answer. Done. In both instances, the example I've used has more to do with our emotional ability to make a decision than our logical ability or objective ability to make a decision. So decision making, can we make good decisions? Can we make great decisions? Can we make sound decisions? Okay, now let's ask yourself, write a note. Do I decide on things fairly quickly, even in my own head? Yes or no? Okay. When I make a decision in my head, is it based on information or based on feel? Okay. Information to feel, interpretive to extrapolative. Next, when I make this decision, am I willing to take time to make sure that enough information points to this answer objectively, or am I good with it being a subjective decision, emotionally based? In other words, what is the critical outcome or consequence of a decision? If the consequence or outcome, the potential to create errors and challenges, or create problems and challenges, or errors and mistakes that can be created by a decision being made, are low enough that we're okay with adjusting with them later on as leaders, or helping our people to adjust and create solutions later on, then our decision's been made. If it's not, or the criticalness, in other words, the severity of the consequence, if this decision fails, does it have a severe enough consequence? If this decision is made, is the outcome? Dawn, it's a pleasure to have you. Thank you for joining along. Is the criticality of the decision we're going to make, the consequence of it, or the reward for the outcome big enough that I can make that decision? From there, decision making. Yes, no. Do I make emotional decisions? Yes, no. Do I make reactive decisions, gut decisions quickly? Do I make decisions from inside information or outside information? And am I willing to collect enough information to prove whether my answer makes the most sense? Those 4 steps in mechanics in decision making is going to develop the skill of decision making and increase its likelihood of being effective for you as a leader. So decision making is a core component, and I'm just crossing stuff off and writing lists. Skill number 5, conflict resolution. When we as leaders work with other people at organizations, or we as leaders have to work just with other people, it is inevitable amongst people that conflict moments are going to arise. Differences in opinion, differences in decision making, differences in the way we prioritize time management. Remember the skills we've been talking about as leaders up until now? Differences in how well people start for themselves. Differences in how quickly people bounce back. Differences in expectation. All have the potential to create conflict. So conflict resolution is a developed skill. It's a communication skill. And in fact, conflict resolution is a sub-skill of a global one called communication. So conflict resolution and communication are skills 5 and 6 for leaders. Ask yourself, when conflict arises, in other words, when friction between yourself and another person or between other people in your organization, business, etc., shows up, what is your first response? What do you feel when something is conflicted and shows up? Next, when we talk about decision making, conflict resolution, do you make an emotional decision on who's right or wrong? Or do you make an objective decision on information to judge which side or opinion? I don't mean to take sides or opinions, but which side or opinion makes better sense? From there, for conflict resolution to work from a skill development standpoint, are you willing to invest time between yourself and another person or between other people to make sure that you can reach common ground first? And from there, as a leader, make a decision on what needs to be resolved and what method or what action going forward we're going to take. So conflict resolution is judging our ability, first of all, to accept that between ourselves and others or between other people, that there's going to be conflict from time to time. Next, being able to look at information to find common ground, and then being able to repair, rebuild, or develop collaboratively a method to work forward. From there, in leadership, making difficult decisions on what action to take next. And after that, in conflict resolution, much like in communication skill, being able to build bridges between people. So ask yourself, conflict resolution, do you pick sides right away, or do you wait for information? When you hear competing opinions, or when you have an opinion yourself and somebody else is competing with it, do you think that one person is more wrong than the other? After that, can you find common ground to get agreement on first? From there, are you willing to decision-making time, look at enough information to be able to make an informed decision, then pick an action item, remember our action list and adjustments, and from there, getting people in conflict, whether it's yourself with someone else or other people, to be able to come back, quote unquote, to the table and dialogue constructively, objectively, and set aside emotion. So skill 6, communication. First of all, in communication, it's about style. What way do you choose to communicate with people regularly? Secondly, in communication, it's about tone and body language. What is the nonverbal method that you're delivering information? And so this is all germane to you to start with. Third, what language matches what we are communicating with? And fourth, what repetition in communication has to happen? Most people understand about 5 to 10% of what you say to them the very first time you talk. To communicate effectively, it bears to understand, remember we've talked about resilience, self-starting, time management, decision-making, now conflict resolution. What is going to be the highest order of outcome? In other words, what information do people have to take away first? Then when we communicate with people and we pick things like importance of what we're going to communicate, does our tone and body language speak to that? If we're having a very serious discussion about something with a high consequence, does it pay to be funny? Maybe not. When we have something celebratory to talk about, does it pay to talk like we're reading the farm report? Probably not. Every person has a different communication type that they have when they wake up first thing in the morning. But communication, to know that first of all, your message is critical. Secondly, the body language, the emphasis you use is vital. Can someone share with, what do you have? Sorry, Lois, let me check and see 1 second. Okay. If I get somebody else as they're writing notes, please, to be able to pop those into the chat, that'd be lovely. Otherwise, Lois, you and I can talk about it after. Absolutely. I'll make sure you got them. So communication, what we're communicating. 2, tone and language. 3, message. 4th, repetition. When we choose what we're going to communicate to start with, and then we affect our body language and the nonverbal, then the message we actually display should be of those things that are most important at the front end of communication. Because 4th, we are always going to be tasked to repeating messaging. So communication is a developed skill. Now there's sales training, which is communication. There's marketing, which is communication. There's conflict resolution, again, which is a subset of communication. There's negotiation, which is development of communication. There's interpersonal skills, the way you communicate and relate with other people. That's part of communication. So each of these different layers inside of communication has a different effect, but all of them start from the same basic premise. What am I going to be communicating? What's the way am I going to communicate it? What message and language am I going to choose so that I make the most important parts come out first? And then how readily am I willing and able to repeat that messaging and change the outcomes, the messages, to continue to build on what I communicated last time? So inside of communication, you are always looking for feedback. In other words, the message that comes back to you from other people. To be effective at communication is to know what you want to say and how you're going to say it. It's to be able to respond effectively when people tell you how they understand what you are communicating, that is going to put emphasis and impact on how you or what you communicate next. Skill 7 for leadership. So remember, I want you to write these down, and you have to do some research after too. Team building. Can you get people that are similar to work together? Can you get people that are not similar to work together? Next, what makes up a team? What makes up dynamics? And third, are you willing to manage the people? Team building is an important skill because until we learn the skill of getting more than ourselves to follow along with, remember, communicate, create a pause, assess and plan, action, take action, and of course, reset and reassess. When we look to build teams, for businesses to have epic years, to turn 21 into the absolute best year, is going to involve more than you. The moment it involves more than you, for teams, what do we want to do first? Assess. Who do we have or who do we need? Secondly, what skills and talents do those people have to have? Third, when they've got skills and talents, their strengths, where are those skills and talents going to fit best to get the outcome for the organization and the others overall to become magnified? And fourth, my communication. Can I get my team to follow along with the plan well enough and provide feedback and communication on a regular basis so that they know where they stand compared to what we're looking to achieve and where they can find support or extra strength? Remember, inside of our action list, be proactive with problems and challenges, assess errors and mistakes, communicate with people regularly, make adjustments, and make sure to apply active-wise, deploy ourselves or add other strengths. For teams to become effective, people need to know that other people in the team are working to the same purpose, that things have been distributed fairly, that rewards match effort and outcome, and that they know what to expect from you as a leader. So team building is taking individuals and creating a common purpose, taking individuals and giving them direction, taking individuals and working with the individuals to make sure their strengths are being leveraged, and ultimately taking individuals, putting together the team, the environment, and the group, and from the common purpose, giving them a common sense of result, and also instilling reward. Team building is looking at the elements of the individuals and being able to put them together in a group in a way that harnesses and magnifies their strengths, that allows not one person working alone, another person working alone to only create what only one person does, but to be able to get two people to work together and have the outcome come out to what three people would do by themselves. Because when we work together effectively inside of teams, we magnify results. So that's skill 7. Skill 8 in leadership, delegation. When we develop teams, and from our decision making to being able to communicate, resolve conflict, and ultimately build teams, now we start to talk about delegation. To be effective leaders is to know what tasks are so important that they must stay in the leader's hands, and what tasks, remember our time management, what tasks, where the importance is, and how long it's going to take to be done, and where to take those tasks, delegate, or assign them inside of our teams. There are certain tasks in this world, in life, and in our business that are musts for us to perform on. From there, the act of delegation becomes simple. What becomes more complex when we look at things, and so we started with resilience and self-starting. When we self-start and decide that we're going to take action, we will often take action first, and we will often take action with everything. Looking at the critical importance, the consequences of actions, the severity of those consequences, or the risk versus reward starts to tell us how to delegate. Rhett, that is a great word. Synergy. To find fit from team building, and now to be able to take tasks and do what? When we looked, assess, and plan, and then we went to our action items, in other words, assessing what people's strengths and weaknesses are, delegating or marrying tasks, actions, or activities inside of our business to those people that have strengths. And then to be able to empower them enough, to be able to give them enough to be able to do those tasks inside of that delegation, to be able to become successful. And then, of course, through our action steps, communicate, create pauses, assess, plan, action, look for errors, mistakes, communicate effectively, make adjustments, and make sure to add more resources, leverage strengths in different ways as we adjust so that our outcomes come out. From that, we come to skill 9 in a leader's arsenal, mentorship, mentoring. Mentoring, at its base essence, is being able to educate people on how to do things that they don't know how to do or might not do so well. Mentoring and training go hand in hand, but mentorship also means that you're able to be there as a resource for people when they are not at their best. Mentorship implies that we're willing to once more help to guide, that we're willing to instruct and teach, and that we're willing to also be a resource for people when they are not at their best. Mentorship is an essential skill inside of leadership because without which we don't become effective leaders. We are merely managers, training just well enough to perform the tasks of the job and measuring a result or an outcome from the day's work. Mentorship is people knowing, and this is where skill 9 comes skill 10 in leadership comes in. Mentorship relies on another essential skill in leadership, which is trust. Trust has multiple layers. In fact, there's vulnerability-based trust, the highest form of trust, meaning that I can look, say, do, or make mistakes in front of you and not feel like I'm being judged. Or at the surface, from a trust base, I'm not willing to put myself out because I don't think at the surface I can trust you first. Or I don't think that you're willing to put enough into the middle as before. So trust and vulnerability-based trust are actually developed skills, because developing trust as a skill is being developed partly through mentorship, how well and how readily you look to help other people to overcome their challenges, problems, to fix errors and mistakes and not hold them. Now, again, accountability is one thing in leadership. Blame is another. When errors and mistakes crop up, was that created by the individual? Was it created by the way we're doing things, or created because we just didn't know better? And then when problems are created by people, do you help them to overcome those or change the way they do things so that, problems and challenges never turn into errors and mistakes? Or does your accountability mean that you're going to blame people? Trust starts to develop because the way we display in our communication, our mentorship, the way we delegate and choose to build teams, starts to tell people at the surface whether or not they should trust us. Next, to develop trust, we need to build an environment where when we communicate with people, we let them know and understand that while there's always going to be consequences, punishment is not part of the order of the day. We're looking to build. And one of the ways as leaders we develop trust with others, start to develop the skill, is by showing off when we're not so strong to start with as well. If we show people that the environment, and I don't mean bitching and moaning, I mean the environment we create when we lead other people to tell them that it's permissible to make mistakes, that as leaders and managers, we make mistakes, we hold ourselves accountable, but we also build the process or ask for help from other people in a way that tells people that errors and mistakes are part of life. And as such, it is permissible for us as leaders to make mistakes in front of our people, our employees, the others in our organization itself, which means that the moment somebody risks from a trust standpoint, making a mistake or admitting to a mistake in front of you, to behave towards them the same way you display your behavior about mistakes to begin with. Well, that sucks. What do we do to fix it? What do you need? How do I help? What do we do to adjust? What do we do to keep errors from turning into mistakes? Or when mistakes happen and now we have chronically broken, how do we in turn mitigate that? Skill 10, developing trust. Skill 11, strategic thinking. We've started our day by communicating and talking about being able to create pause, and then we assess and plan. We always start in the distance and work backwards. Strategic thinking for businesses is to innovate, invigorate, and measure core components of businesses, and then paint pictures of where it's going to be in 12 or 24 months, and taking those and working backwards to measure success. So strategic thinking and strategic planning is a skill that has to be developed by leaders. And for you on this call, we're going to give you the most essential strategic thinking and strategic plan for businesses regardless of size. First of all, money. Money and finance. What is your expectation for 12 or 20, 24 months, a year or 2 years down the road for money and finance? Work that backwards so it becomes measurable as a growth pattern for your business. So know what the consequences financially of behaviors and failures are going to be, and have a measurement. Where are we going to be in a year? And what does that mean every month working backwards to where we sit today? Strategic thinking next. How do we develop our business? In other words, how do we sell and market? What are we selling? Why are we selling? Why is it important? How is it important to the marketplace? What makes us different from our competitors? What is our organization's strengths and weaknesses? Those weaknesses, how can they create consistent challenges or problems? And what errors or mistakes can be created out of that when we assess our strengths and weaknesses? And in conjunction with our sales, businesses always want to be set up strategically, thinking strategically to sell from those places they are strongest at. Because very likely the most profit, in other words, the most money, when we think strategically about our business, starts to equate to it. The third area when we think strategically about our business is our operations and our people. In other words, the way we do things and the others in our organization itself. This is where we think of people, process, and tool. The person that does jobs, the way they do jobs, and the tools that they're going to need to do those jobs, when we think strategically about our operations and our people, are essential to know who's good at what. Remember we talked about assessment and plan? Who's good at what? Who's not so good at it? How do we make up for it? How do we block that off? How do we make sure the weaknesses of the individuals, the organization, don't punish us? And then how do we improve the way we do things, operations, and how do we improve the people so that their strengths can be leveraged and inflated and their weaknesses can't punish us? Making sense now? Okay. Fourth area, the strategic portion of our business, which is what we're talking about in strategic. So we've got money and finance. We've got sales and marketing. We've got operations and people. And then we have the global picture of our business. The people, processes, and tools, but our forward thinking. Where do we need this to be in 12 months? Now, strategic thinking means that when we look at where we're at currently, how many people does it take to do what we do now? And how many people is it going to take to what we're going to do in the future? In turn, we equate that to our sales and marketing. How much behavior, how much activity, or how much sales and marketing stuff has to happen to equate to how much business that's going to be revenue-wise in the future. From there, we're going to address whether we have to invest inside of our sales and our marketing. Strategic thinking is looking forward at what we're doing, taking what we expect for our outcome, measuring it back, and then making key decisions on the people we have, strengths and weaknesses, how to leverage them or overcome them, what additions we have to add in the form of people, what we will have to spend in the form of sales and marketing, because we have to spend money to make money, right? How much money we're going to have left over. And from that position forward, that means that we might very likely have new people. We might have new facilities. We're going to have different financial and money expectations, cash expectations. Our sales and marketing will have to work a certain way. And then the operations and the people side will have to have a certain look, certain feel, certain roles, certain jobs. From there, when the business inflates another year forward, it's going to create a new list of challenges and problems. Those challenges and problems we wish to be proactive with. We want to identify as quickly as possible, if we can, predictively, errors and mistakes that can be created. And then from there, those errors and mistakes that can be created, how to once again make the business either stable or grow, and what elements we have to add. Strategic thinking is when we look, now I'm going to use chess as a good example. Most people, when they play chess, have to be reminded how the pieces move to start with. And then as the pieces move, they understand the consequence of moving to a certain place, because pieces can get taken away by other pieces, they get wiped out. And that on the board, that your queen is the most advantageous position or piece, because it can move the most number of places, but it also becomes the most vulnerable. And your king, while can move the same number of ways that a queen can move, is actually the one you have to protect most. So your queen becomes your biggest emissary and your biggest threat on the board. But eliminating the queen means that you've also taken away the most powerful piece. The king can do everything the queen does, but the king has to be the one protected and has to survive to the end of the game. So knowing which way what pieces move, then equating the way your opponent moves their pieces, starts to build tactics, responding to what they're doing. Strategy dictates, I'm going to start moving the pieces on a board in a certain way. And then as the other person moves, I'm going to adjust to what they've got. But my outcome is to make the board align or look up a certain way so that I can take on winning the game of chess. If I can get a certain number of pieces that the other side has eliminated in a certain number of moves, that's part of a strategic plan. If I can force the king and the queen into certain spots of the board where I have advantage, that's part of a strategic plan. If I can go in and eliminate 2 or 3 essential pieces in chess, a queen, a bishop, and a knight or a rook, that's part of a strategic plan, because it eliminates strengths for the other person. So when we think strategically, we want to know what we're strong and what we're weak at. We want to know what our people can do. We want to look at how much money we have to have financially, where our strengths are. And we need to be able to look 12 months, 24 months in advance and equate to not just the measures, but the moves we have to make to get there. And when our opponents or the marketplace are going to respond to us or going to act, we just know that we want to put certain pieces in certain places at certain times, because the outcome is going to be a stronger chessboard, strategic thinking, and the outcome starts to become foregone conclusion. It was the first time chess was equated to business. Nice. Our last leadership skill, and yes, there are other skills that apply to leaders, but our last leadership skill, because remember, we've talked about making adjustments, action plans, and being proactive. Our last major leadership skill is innovation. For leaders to become effective, Thanks, Lorette. For leaders to become effective and for businesses to evolve, because remember we've talked about adjustment and change while we're on the action phase of leadership, there has to be the willingness to innovate or to change. Innovation is looking at the way we do things. And remember, strategic thinking, it's not strange that strategic thinking is skill 11 and innovation is skill 12. Innovation is looking at the way we do certain things right now and thinking about what parts, elements, or ways that we do them could we make improvements on. Innovation is finding ways to make them stronger, better, faster, eliminating problems and challenges, making up for errors and mistakes. Innovation is looking at what we do and wondering how it can be done better. Innovation is also a learned skill. So with all 12 of these skills, and I'm not going to pause, I'll go a little longer on innovation, but I'm going to reset all 12 of these skills for a moment for you real quick so that you can jot notes on a yes or no basis if you haven't been doing that through the rest of these. Innovation. Am I willing to look at what I'm doing right now? And is what I'm doing good enough or can it improve? Next, by improving, am I improving for the sake of improving or am I improving because it will make the process, the tool, the situation, or the outcome better? Next, by innovating, do I make it more efficient? Or once again, am I making change for the sake of making change? So here is our 12 skills. Resilience. Resilience. If you're carrying a tray of food and somebody you love suddenly punches you in the face and you drop the tray, do you spend a lot of time wondering about the mess on the floor? Or do you pick it up and start asking why you got punched in the face and figure out how to not get punched in the face again? 2, self-starting. How quickly you think of the outcome, the measurable, or which action to take first, and picking ones of priority. It doesn't mean you might not take time to decide on what to do, but you will make the decision what to do first. 3rd, time management. Do you take all of the activities, actions, outcomes, and results and take them and put them into the place and time that they occupy next? 4th, decision making. Do you look at things emotionally or objectively? When you look at things emotionally or objectively, is there enough information that the answer makes sense or it feels like it's what the answer should be? Next, are you willing to prove the answer that you think it should be by collecting enough information? Number 5, conflict resolution. Being able to first understand the other side. Next, looking to reach common ground. Are you willing to do that? 3rd, being able to use the communication skill to build a bridge either between others or between yourself and another that's conflicting. And 4, working towards a collaborative outcome. Communication. Are you willing to look at what you want to communicate? Are you willing to look at the way you communicate, body language, tone, inflection, etc.? Are you willing to think about the message that you're looking to communicate? And you're willing to take feedback from other people so that you can adjust and change, because absorption of information, in other words, the criticalness of what you're communicating, is so very little to start with that you have to know how to prioritize what you're communicating. Team building. Have you ever built a team? Do you want to build a team? From there, building teams. You have to assess strengths and weaknesses. You have to take a team and an environment and match that up against the outcomes of your business. When you match it against the outcomes of your business, do you create any holes or other weaknesses? Do you create any potential for errors and mistakes? Can you leverage the strength of the individuals in the team so that the outcome becomes more than every individual working by themselves? Delegation. Are you willing to look at critical issues and ideas? Are you willing to look at certain tasks and inside of your team, take tasks that match other people's strengths better and give them those activities or actions? Mentorship. Are you willing to invest in other people? Let them feel safe. Let them know that they can make mistakes, and teach them how to do things they don't know how to do. Trust. Are you willing to show emotionally and vulnerably that it is safe to make mistakes? That while there might be consequences, there's nothing punitive or punishing in it. And that behavior will always be to find solutions and rebuild broken things. If so, and from a trust base, you're willing to display vulnerability-based trust by showing people that mistakes and errors are okay, because our job now is to find the way to eliminate them after, not point the finger at whose fault it is. Then you start to build your own skill in developing trust with others. Strategic thinking. Looking forward from the list. 1 second. Okay, we've got resilience, self-start, time management, decision-making, conflict resolution, communication, delegation, mentorship, trust, strategic thinking, and innovation. Did you get it, Lois? Do you want me to restate? Give me a thumbs up if you want me to go through it again.
I lost you somewhere down the line. I got 6 is communication, 7 is team building.
Yeah, just
8.
go through it again.
Sure, absolutely. Okay. Resilience is number 1. Self-start is number 2. Time management is number 3. Decision-making is number 4. Conflict resolution is number 5. Number 6 is communication. Number 7 is team building. Number 8 is delegation. Number 9 is mentorship. Number 10 is trust. Number 11 is strategic thinking. And number 12 is innovation. Everybody else good? Fantastic. Now, we have our 12 primary skills. So let me reset, because now you're going to get an essential plan to take away and build your 2021 business that, if you do it right and follow along, becomes unstoppable. You ready? Let's reset. 5 leadership activities. Communicate, create a pause, assess and plan, take action, and reset, reassess. 5 activities for leaders. The 3 areas that we lead: self, others, and organizations. The 3 types of leaders: visionary, coaching, and commanding. The 3 styles of leaders: dominant, supportive, and facilitative. So I'm going to reset these for a moment. Communicate. We always look to get as many people to listen to what we're messaging to start with. Create a pause. Get people to feel certain or feel safe. 3, assess and plan. Look at strengths and weaknesses. 4, action. Be proactive in pursuing problems and challenges. Allow your people to work from their strengths. Find and identify errors and mistakes. Communicate with your people on a regular basis. Adjust as you're going, and deploy and create new actions or give more strength to areas that are critical so that you can magnify results or get results faster. 5, reset, reassess, and start your cycle again. There's only 3 areas that we can lead as leaders. Leadership of self, know thyself. Leadership of others, getting others individually and in groups to follow. Leadership in organizations, developing and growing, fostering organizations. For types of leaders, we have visionary. Visionary leaders paint pictures, starting with themselves, and look at their organizations overall. Coaching leaders take people by the hand. They start with self and develop other people. Commanding leaders look at others and magnify them in favor of the results for the development of organizations. Styles of leadership. Dominant leaders are the first voice in the room. Supportive leaders look to uplift others, and facilitative leaders look to work in collaboration. Next, we've got primary skills developed for leaders: resilience, self-starting, time management, decision-making, conflict resolution, communication, team building, delegation, mentoring, building trust, strategic thinking, and innovation. And our last numbers and the last information for you today, and to start to craft your leadership plan for you and your business for 2021. We start with concept. And I'm just bringing up some other notes that I've got, so bear with me for a sec. And I'm also going to have a drink of tea. So my throat's getting tired, and my tea has been sitting so long that it's stuck to the coaster. Tells you how little hydration I've had while we've been talking today. Concept. What is the concept or idea for your business? What are its advantages and disadvantages? With the concept of your business, what does it give your clients and customers? What does it mean for people to invest themselves? In other words, for others to come to your organization? And concept, where does the concept go in 12 months? What will the painted, finished picture mean? Design. What are the mechanics for the way your organization or business going to grow, develop, or continue to operate for the next 12 months? Under design, when we talked about strategic thinking and strategic planning before, design. What is going to happen with the money and finance? How are you going to sell and market? What people and operations, what tools and processes do you need? Again, what strengths and weaknesses? And what makes up your actual team? Who are the components and the individuals that are going to make up your team? Realization. When we understand the money, finance, sales, and marketing, realization is implementation. In other words, the concept starts with us communicating and creating that pause. The design phase is our assess and planning in our leadership activities. Realization is the action step. What are the activities and items? What team members are going to perform what activities day in and day out? What are the measurables that go with those activities day in and day out? And when do we create from realization? And in the action step, proactivity for addressing problems and challenges as they arrive, identifying and correcting errors and mistakes, communicating on a regular basis with our team, adjusting as we move through day in and day out as we're realizing and our business is moving towards its 12-month and 24-month painted picture. And then, of course, when we're adjusting, pushing more into our strong areas, our strengths, mitigating our weaknesses, and deploying different resources or new resources or other strengths to either magnify results or else to overcome challenges and weaknesses or speed up the results themselves. So under realization of business, when we look at our business itself and to make sure to have the best year we can in 2021, everybody on this call has an existing business. I'm hoping that everybody that's following along live on YouTube has got a business or concept or an idea or a side hustle or whatever else it is. But go back right now and examine the idea, the concept of the business. What is it that your business is trying to do? Fill in the blank under concept what advantages your business has over its competitors. Next, what disadvantages or weaknesses does it have? In other words, what stuff could hurt the business? Third, what does your business give its employees and give its customers? What do people get if they do business with you? Fourth, sorry, that was 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, that's 4. So 5, what does your business mean? What is your business's story? What is its unique perspective? What stands out for your business? What does it mean to do business? And what does it mean for your business moving forward? And under concept, what is your 12-month or 24-month picture? If you are a visionary leader, paint the entire picture, paint the whole wall. If you're a coaching leader, what is everything and all the people I'm going to need to make this concept work, even if it's running right now? Commanding, what people and resources do I have to marshal to get my business to that 12-month picture? Design, what is the money and finance? What is going to be my measurable so that I can measure success and growth of my business? What am I going to sell and how am I going to sell? In turn, how am I going to market my business effectively? What people in my concept and team building idea in the 12-month picture I'm painting am I going to have to add, and how are they going to do their job? Next, what do I understand from all of this, from my strategic plan and from a strategic thinking standpoint? Once again, assess my strengths and weaknesses. And when it comes to people or the way we do things, how do I stay most days on the side of using my strengths and avoiding my weaknesses? Lastly, what team members do I have to add where? In period of the next 12 months, how much money do I have to make? What role or job are they going to have? And what are they going to do delegation-wise can I send to them so that I can focus more on the areas and strengths of my type and style of leadership, as opposed to always doing those things that right now I do. Lastly, realization, taking those measurables in our team, and once more, realizing from a self-start standpoint, what needs to happen when and where, making key decisions logically, delegating as we add team members, mentoring people to create an environment where they learn, developing trust by not being punitive, and by helping to leverage people and showing people that you're human and communicating effectively. For us to build organizations, for us to build a business and have our best year, this is an awful lot of information about leadership to boil down your business to 3 very common columns or tasks or vital pieces of information. Concept, what does your business mean and stand for? Where is that business going to go in 12 months? Design, start to put metrics, numbers, and names or jobs for people and the kinds of jobs you need those people to do, and fit them in, even by guess, if not design, where they would have to come into the business to keep the business moving. Realization, taking your action steps and action items. If it is just you today, what is your time management priority? What are you going to self-start on? And what are going to be the highest order tasks for you to take care of? Next, time manage, decide what has to happen now, and delegate them even to your future self. What goes where, because not everything is important right now. Next, realization and activation is being able to act on a day-to-day, week-to-week, and month-to-month basis. And as team members come in and join the business, to delegate effectively, to mentor them, and of course, to give them assess and plan. Remember our leadership practice, 5 activities for leadership. Talk to them, create pauses and calm, Assess, plan, share with them the plan, understand what they're strong at. And when you send them to work based on their strengths. And those strengths have to match what the design of our business and our 12-month concept, our outcome for our business needs to be. And as realization works, as the realization and activation of our business works, we always assess proactively challenges and problems so that we don't allow them to become errors or mistakes. We adjust and communicate with our employees, key stakeholders, etc. And then when we do that, we deploy more resources and more strength. And realization is the daily grind of our business, but now framed because we take time to design based on money and finance, sales and marketing, the people and operations, what our strategic outcomes and thinking is, in other words, where it's going, what we're strong at, what we're weak at, and what team members we're going to add. And in turn, what we do daily always relates back to our concept. What is the idea? What do we stand out for? What advantages do we provide? What do we give people? What do they get? What does it really mean for our business to help people, to work with people? And what is our 12-month picture? 2021 is going to be actionable for you. Now, with a leadership plan and to make 2020 your best year, you need to start to embrace only having 5 activities as leaders, even if you're only leading yourself. Communicate effectively with everyone around you. Pause to make sure you've got a sense of calm and understanding. Assess and plan effectively. Take action. Be proactive at looking for challenges and problems. When errors and mistakes come up, how do you build something that's broken or rebuild it? Communicate regularly again. Make adjustments. The same day in and day out when it continues to create errors and mistakes is not working. You must adjust. Take action, deploy new resources and strengths, and as you add essential members to your team. And understand, when we go to the skills of a business owner, skills of a leader, what do we have in there as one of them? Innovation, which means we don't do things the same way we've always done, because stagnation causes death. Next, we reset, reassess, and start the cycle over. From there, what does it mean to lead yourself? Know what you're strong at and what you're weak at. What does it mean to lead others? How do we magnify and use their strengths best? What does it mean for the organization itself and the business? What are going to be the outcomes for it in 12 months? From types of leadership, know whether you're visionary. Do you need to paint the whole picture? Is it about first what's in your head and then where the organization is going? Coaching, does it start with you and work to developing others as well and magnifying what they're great at? Or commanding, is it about others and making sure that they work well for the outcome of the organization? After that, we look at style. Dominant, does it have to be your voice first? Supportive, do you look to solicit feedback from others before making decisions? Facilitative, do you want to work collaboratively or hand in hand? From there, assess honestly your own skills. Are you resilient? If not, start to work on it. Self-starter, do you make decisions on what needs to happen first? Time management, organize yourself effectively. Decision-making, are you making a decision emotionally or objectively? And what do you do to change that? Conflict resolution, understanding, building bridges, finding common ground, and of course, communicating back towards the middle and collaboratively. Collaboratively doesn't mean meeting in the middle for final decisions. It means getting all parties to work together. Communication. Learn to communicate through different facets. Negotiate, sell, conflict manage, provide feedback, develop personal relationships, interpersonal skills. These are essential in communication. Team building, being able to identify what you want, when you want, how people go together, and then being able to grow them as a unit so their collective outcome is more than working individually. Delegation, taking tasks and moving them into the hands of others and putting them where they're strongest. Mentor and educate people. Can you do it? If not, you need to learn how. Develop trust amongst people. Develop the pattern and the habit of strategically thinking. Where will everything be? And to use the chess analogy for the moment, what should the board look like at the end of the game? How do I engineer the movement of the pieces to get my opponent to send their pieces to the areas of the board that I want them to go in so that I can judge what the outcome is? And of course, innovate. Innovate or die. But are you willing to innovate and make changes with what you're doing? From there, you need to concept the conceptualization of your business, idea, advantages and disadvantages. What do you give to your staff and to your customers? What does your business really mean? What does it mean to other people? What does it mean to you? And what is our 12-month picture? Where are we going towards? Design, the money and finance. If I start at 12 months and work backwards, what does that look like progressively? Sales and marketing. What information out of my ideas, advantages, and what I give to people, and what does it mean? How do I communicate that to the outside world? How do I get that to increase the money and the finance? Drive and grow the sales and marketing side. What people and operations methods do I have to have and use? Good leaders, effective leaders, have a concept, an idea to start with, and then are willing to implement on the design. Strategically, looking once more at our strengths and weaknesses. And lastly, being able to look at what people we need, not the individuals, but what people, what jobs, what roles, what activities they have to perform. And from there, realization, which is the action step. Working mechanically from now forward from today until that 12-month, that picture that's being painted at 24 months past, so that we can effectively get to there. Because for language like effectively get to our 12-month goal is not sexy, but it is effective leadership. Our ability from there on realization to communicate with people wonderfully and well, to create pauses for our employees and even ourselves. Remember, know thyself, lead thyself, allows us to think. Remember our decision making? Think objectively, not emotionally. When we create pauses, we create certainty. And when we create certainty, we can start to do what? Plan. Assess and plan. From there, we know what steps we're taking, and then we're doing the action side. So take time and give yourself permission to think about the concept of your business and what it stands for, to make sure that 2021 is giving you exactly what it should. Design by looking at the specific parts of your business and then equating that to the realization and the actual actions you go through on a day-to-day basis. If you start by communicating, even with yourself in the right way, what your goals and outcomes, what the concept of the business is, and then communicate as well what the design is, the mechanics and the steps that we have to build for your business to be the best it can in 2021. And you know now, real self-starting, time management, what actions we're going to take next in what order. Then as we add people into our organization, we are already creating the pause, the moments of clarity, because they don't have to wonder what we're working towards if we communicate that effectively. From that moment, we can assess and plan effectively and leverage now our own strengths and now others that are attached to our organization in a way that's going to make the most sense. After that, we can create and actually act. Be proactive in resolving and solving problems and challenges, identifying errors and mistakes, looking to rebuild or build them up. Once again, communicate. Make sure to always communicate with partners, vendors, employees, and even yourself. Is this in line with where we're going? Does it measure the right way? Is this successful? If not, are we willing to make adjustments? Remember that innovation skill. And of course, always look to redeploy, deploy, or add extra assets or resources to either hurry up, speed up results, or magnify results. And from there, we reset and reassess. Effective leaders reset and reassess daily. Effective leaders start their days looking at 12 and 24 months down the road and understanding the consequences of the outcome of a series of successful actions or failed actions that happen today. For you to have and magnify your business and have the best year in 2021, you need to understand what your business is from a concept standpoint, what the design and the mechanics of where the business is, and what your daily, weekly, and monthly activities are that are going to get you to 12 and 24 months. If you do that and effectively deploy, even if it's just you on a day-to-day basis, communicate what's expected, create a pause so there's some calm, assess and plan what has to happen today. Take action immediately, watch out for challenges, build up and fix errors and mistakes, adjust, innovation, take action, deploy strengths, redeploy the strengths, and eliminate weaknesses. And then, of course, at the end of the day, reset, reassess, and start the cycle tomorrow. Your likelihood of achieving your concept goals, developing through time these 12 skills inside of leadership. And if you are willing to lead yourself first, assess where you're strong and weak, understand what strengths other people's have, and be willing to deploy it, and help them understand how they're going to get more out of it and how you're going to mentor them and grow them. Your organization in turn will achieve its outcome and results. And from there, whether you paint pictures as a visionary, first from yourself to the organization's outcome, start by educating yourself and others by being a coaching leader, or think first of how the others are going to help the organization to grow by being a commanding leader. From there, whether your voice is the first one in the room, you seek feedback from others, or you work collaboratively together for the style of leadership, you're going to have an organization better in 2021 than it is right now. But the likelihood of you achieving and exceeding the outcome, in other words, becoming an effective leader, a great leader, a world leader, first for yourself and others, increases because you think about what you want, you design and plan effectively, and you move people through, and you make sure to reward, highlight, use people for their strengths, and ultimately shore up weaknesses, rebuild, grow. In other words, reset, reassess, and start to communicate again tomorrow. Ladies and gentlemen, you have a handful of things to do, and those things need to happen every single day. If you follow along with the premise, the idea, the format that we've discussed today, the tools and the layout, 2021 is going to be a very different year from you. Not because it will move us further into a pandemic or away from a pandemic or to cures, or changed or evolved or moved the marketplace, the economy in different places. It's because you will be taking action to do what? To develop resiliently and to be able to get punched and bounce up faster. To start taking accountability and action for yourself. To manage what you're doing more effectively. To make decisions quicker and more logically. To resolve conflicts amongst people. To communicate better. To build and assess and decide on being able to grow and build teams. Delegating, mentoring, creating an environment where trust is tantamount, thinking more strategically, and willing to innovate and make change. If you do that, you will have an infinitely more successful business and an infinitely more successful life. Start with the concept of you and your business. Design the tools and pieces and processes that it's going to take to make it run. And through realization and activation, take action. Communicate effectively, create pauses, assess and plan, take action, proactively watch for challenges, adjust, leverage other strengths and resources to get results to either grow or happen faster, reset, and reassess. And you will enjoy a far more successful business, a far more energized business, and of course, what you really want. Because effective leadership is dealing with challenges, problems, and tragedies. It's empowering people, and above all else, achieving even in the face of adversity. And great leaders always find a way to win. And now you have the tools and the format to do it yourself. Ladies and gentlemen, this is the Leadership Summit, how to make 2021 the best year for your business. Thank you for joining me on behalf of the leadership team in Syndicate, our executive team, the members of Syndicate itself, and for you, the listener audience out there. This is what we do, provide education to make your life, your business, yourself better because of it. Follow along, and if you need help, reach out. We are right here to do that for you, to help you realize and maximize what it is that you're working towards. Make sure that you finish off 2020 strong and make 2021 a year that is epic, that is well worth remembering. Go forward in the world, use what you've got here, apply it, and you will have what you want out of life. And great leaders win. It's up to you now to do that. Go forward and let's win in turn. I love you all. Have a fantastic finish off to your year. And I know that you're going to dominate in 2021. Have a great day.